자 그리고 지금 부스터 분노 관리도 잘 돼 있고요.
자,
이거 전력보다 한타가 중요해. 한타가 중요해.
눈이 지금
한타.
뒤에 나왔어요. 자, 그리고
부스터.
일단
자 이거
일단
넘어가고
이
선수.
네.
아
나르고
대박이에요.
완전 대박.
노트만 잡혔고요.
테라스 지원 사격. 지원 사격.
너무 센데요.
한 번 더.
몇 발이나 뭐.
하하. 와, 제릭 더블. 압박감이 굉장히 클 것 같아요.
구원도 아래서
자,
올라오고.
슬슬 쪼이자.
일단 입시 포탑을 세우긴 했고.
차야 멀어요.
일단 되긴 했는데.
차야 멀어요. 차야 멀어요.
그리고 뒤에서 뿅뿅.
차야 멀어요.
딜은 누가 합니까? 그리고 나를. 와.
아이고.
아니
왜 이래요?
감선이 몇 개씩 달아요.
상태가.
회장님하고
누워.
면담. 회장님하고 면담.
일로 와.
일로 와. 그 상태 제스트 너도 일로 와. 너도 데스.
생명 5대0 에이스.
카르페가 혼자 있는 상황이었는데.
맞았는데 이후에 딜이 엄청 찰지게 다 들어가요.
여기서. 이거 카르페가 살짝 앞무빙 쳤던.
오, 그리고 스탑
월광
월광!
루어! 가 진짜 좋은 플레이 나왔고.
그렇죠. 화면 KT는 좀 썰렁하죠. 이거 여기 있긴 한데. 자, 되나요?
와서? 충공세로 아직
오히려.
와! 브로그! 진짜 기가 막힌 플레이! 무수? 답답하다. 근데
근데 이거 되나요?
이거 좀
뿅.
무리한 스피커 같거든요. 들어가요.
뿅.
근데 데미지 이거.
아니, 너무
아니. 데미지가 지금.
그리고 바로. 와, 진짜 지옥이 따로 없네요. 도망가!
이게 도망갈 수 있나요? DRX 해야 된다. 얘기하겠죠. 그래서
이거 각 괜찮아 보이는데요?
명. 근데
이게 또 판정이 이렇게
그리고
돼서
불 꺼가지고 뒤태
역으로 레넥톤
세템이 빠르게 그리고 하이퍼가 잡힙니다. 웨이까지 제거 완료. 근데
이거 맞아요?
보통 궁극기 5초 있으면 오거든요.
일단 먹자. 먹어.
이거 다 뺏겨요.
아니, 이거 먹으면 어떡해요, 이거를?
아니 이것도 뺏겨. 덕담
진짜
대황담. 이게 2라운드 MVP다.
아니, 마음을 놓으면 안 되죠,
그렇죠.
KT.
마음이 다시 한번 하나.
왜 들어올 거라는 생각을 안 했을까요?
오늘 등장 이후에 다시 살아나자고.
근데 확실히 CL이 화이트 데미지가 진짜 세. 아니 가오 빼. 왜 이렇게 근데 아니 근데 가오 빼라고. 마이크가 이거 이상하지. 네. 와 개역겹네 진짜로. 아니 이상하지 않네 이거. 나 진짜 어색한데. 이상해. 원래 이게 화면에 보였나? 내 눈에? 가오를 갑자기 뒤지게 잡는데. 진짜 어떻게 하면 좋아? 너 뭐냐 니? 이렇게 돼야 돼요.
레넥 이거 한번 보죠. 이거 제 얘밖에 없거든요. 이거 20초 뒤에 레넥텔 돌고. 오케이. 우리 칼각으로 볼게. 여기 놓아둬요. 애들.
나 퍼즈 한 번만 걸게 이거.
가라. 왜?
나 팔 저려가지고 손 저려가지고 잠만.
오케이. 물 마셔 물. 15하고. 물 마실래?
손에 이렇게 저리지?
천천히 해. 천천히 해. 돼.
마사지 좀만 하고 할게 이거.
컨디 아픈가 본데.
그니까.
마음 아프게 그래.
아프지 않고.
아프지 마요.
아프지 말.
걱정되게 왜 그래.
괜찮아?
좀 괜찮아진 것 같아요.
해도 됨? 하다가
네네.
하다가 저렴 다시 걸어.
나 자세 때문에 이런 것 같아서.
오케이.
머리 빼니까 괜찮아졌다.
오케이, 나 탈밖에. 써.
천천히 우리 제라스 있어.
렉도 뺄게. 렉도 뺐어. 오케이. 여기
나
알리.
슬슬 공 끌게 이거.
레넥 많이 빼놨어. 야 이거 피만 가라. 알리고. 빨리 자. 뽀삐 뺐어. 뽀삐. 삼바. 잡을게. 자 걸었어. 자 정확다. 삼바. 바로 넣었어.
야, 아리 피. 가도 돼.
차분하게 하면 될 때 우리 항상 1대 1세트 잘하고 자서 좀 침착하게 하면 될 것 같아.
다음 세트 잘하자.
최대한 늦게 집 가자. 오늘 11시 퇴근이다. 못 가서
11시 퇴근하고 허버
11시 퇴근하고 허버 허버 후 화장실 좋대.
아, 패스 얘들아. 복수하고 싶어. 이거 미드 시야 좀 중요할 듯. 이거 그러니까 미드 앞선 잡는 쪽이 계속 푸시하고 주도권 잡을 것 같아.
콧바람 살짝만. 나 들리긴 하는데. 영준인가?
영준인데?
지금 마이크가 아예 안 들려. 그렇게 하면.
이거 저 혹시 스펀지 좀 줄 수 있어요?
아 스펀지 때문인가 보다.
스펀지야 스펀지 오케이.
후회 없이 하자 또.
야 마지막 포인트
야 그냥
또
후회
마지막이야
없이
또.
그냥 마지막에 생각하고 해.
오케이.
파이팅! 첫판이 하자 하고.
한판 상.
나안 날릴게 빼빼빼빼. 매주 이거 쌈보이거.
쌈보다. 야 신대라.
앞라인부터 봐야 돼.
신대라.
앞라인 쳐봐.
신대라부터. 비고.
나 죽었고.
비고. 그래 미쳐. 끌게.
오케이.
그렇어요. 저 사놓고.
잡은 돼?
너플. 교회 텔 있어요. 하나만.
야 시원하게 막자. 초반당 끝난다 이거. 야 이런 데서 그냥 쭉 보자 이거.
처음 보자 그냥.
노플이다 노플.
포크부터 보자 이거. 맞아. 생각볼게. 나 제일 못하고. 노플.
고생하자.
벌어. 다 벌어. 따라.
노텔까지.
쭉 가자. 노플이야.
바로 밑에 가야 돼.
야 트럭스에 파밍하자 이거.
이거야.
여유롭게 얘들아 빼.
저 포킹하게.
포킹하게 얘들아.
먹어.
일단 먹자.
먹어. 야 다 넣어. 삼아. 이거.
제발. 갈게 나라.
아 까비. 아 고생했다.
아깝다.
두 번째 영상 좀 아쉽네.
진짜. 근데 얘들아 원래 이기는 거긴 했어 우리가.
인정.
이렇게 안 좋아해도 돼.
레스.
근데 좀 담담한 척
이게 상상 DRX.
고생했다.
승리의 인터뷰나 하자.
나이스.
Hello and welcome to Challenger League. We are here on a wonderful playoffs evening. It is me, Valdez, with Walp, and we are getting ready for DRX up against Nongshim Esports Academy. This one, maybe like last one from yesterday, could be a bit even. What do you think, Wolf?
I think it's going to go to 5. I predicted a 3-2 for DRX, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that's what I predicted yesterday. I went 3-2 Hanwha. I was so close. But yet so far. And it's going to be a good day. As you guys can see, we're on Twitch. We're on YouTube.
Yeah. Also, Challenge to the Top.
Challenge to the top. That's
Shout
what
out to
we're doing.
Riot Games, LCK Kespa, and Rebank. Yeah.
Thanks for supporting us. And today, we are going to find out which one of these teams is moving on, which one is dropping down to the lower bracket, because we saw yesterday a bit of a reverse sweep, a bit of a Hanwha Life getting a little bit ahead of themselves with an advantage. We'll see if whoever gets an advantage in this series can hold on to it. I didn't expect last series to go like strong to strong, like one team super massively ahead, then the momentum shifts and the other team massively crushes. I think today I also don't expect that. I think it's going to be like draft diff, like back to back to back, 1-1-1.
Yeah. You know, I think that's what was probably supposed to happen yesterday. DK took a while to get online. Hanwha Life Esports took a little bit of a dip as bearded Toby Maguire has joined us. Yes,
I love that meme now. It's great.
What is that emote?
It's
is
the
that
SPL
from like
KT Wolf emote that for some reason Pro League put as like my emote. So I took it and put it on my channel with the Wolf's Valdez as well, which Get Around can type as well.
Yeah. Has Walt met William?
What?
I don't know.
You mean like Walt Whitman?
Or like Walter White?
Willy
don't
Wonka?
Are the casters wearing shorts? I am. Wolf doesn't wear shorts. We do have an online cheerful event. You guys can cheer online. Just go to that link. And I hope you're good at Korean.
Yeah, go to bit.ly/povent and check it out. As we've got
What?
some people getting involved here. It says the ramyun is nuggery, so that's the type of Nongshim ramyun, and the victory is Nongshim.
Yeah,
Call me.
It didn't really look like they were eating, rather the opposite.
Godspeed delivery here from Call Me. It says it says the victory is calling me.
Yes.
I like those. Those are pretty good. Those are pretty good.
So you could also do that by doing an online cheerful event. Here are some more examples.
Dung dang neem.
Dong dang.
It's shocking that he's really here.
Yeah.
And
The classic.
Great classic.
Yeah.
Ebichu memes, top tier.
The William, who's occasionally a spacer that looks a lot like Ox. Yeah, he's not here today. He will be here. Well, okay. Well,
Imagination, aka DRX, and I'm not sure who that is, to be honest.
is it Frog?
It kind of looks like Nuclear
Maybe
a little
it's
bit.
Sponge.
Like, as well.
Yeah, it looks like Nuclear, but I don't think it's
not
Nuclear.
him.
Maybe a Sponge?
I don't know.
Okay, yes, you know.
It's Sponge.
It is Sponge.
Okay.
There we go. Okay, well.
I thought it was Nuclear and he was just like a big
because
DRX predictor.
SpongeBob. Yeah.
I just didn't see that one coming. All right, so here's our bracket. We did have fairly one-sided series in our round one. Then we had the advancement of Hanwha Life and DRX, and then DRX plays against Nongshim tonight. Yesterday we had that reverse sweep I was talking about. So D+ still in our round 3 upper bracket finals. The winner of that series will, of course, move on directly to the finals. So whoever wins today will go there, and whoever loses today will face off against Hanwha Life on Friday, which will be our last cast before you and I get in the car and drive to Danger.
Yeah. We're going to be zooming out there like Call Me. But yes, today, if you lose today, it's not the end of the world. You do have double elimination now that you've made it past the first round. Well, at least in DRX's case, having to make it past the first round. Nongshim were waiting, and here they are. And yeah, I don't know. DRX is a really strong team because Duckdom came in. Things are really flowing for them. Nongshim, though, also very strong in their own right. And I think if they have an answer to Duckdom, could make it even closer and maybe even get them the win. But if not, DRX might just run away with it.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good assessment. Nongshim have always been a team that's brought a lot of creativity as they walk out to the stage here to their drafts, and even with a completely different roster, kind of at the end of summer here, showing up as a big team that nobody really expected would be one of the big favorites to take it all, but I think they absolutely are one of our dark horses here. They've made it this far, and they're still in upper bracket. I think Sounda has really improved a lot as a player, significantly and vital coming in here. Yeah, Jiwoo was the one who was more interesting in terms of drafting, but Vital's a very solid player. We've seen what he's capable of in the LCK. HH, you know, he has his good days and his bad. You know, I feel like he's definitely, I think, oftentimes the defining factor of this roster, and you know, his fantastic plays on Rel, for example, or sometimes get a little ahead of himself.
I kind of feel the same about Vital. Like, there are some days where he looks good, and there's other days where he looks very kind of nervous playing, you know? Like, I don't know if he's actually nervous, but the way he plays is like, oh, I'm going to hug my turret, not really do too much, which, you know, I think he has the ability for sure, but maybe needs to grab his mental and take a hold of it, you know?
Yeah.
And use that because it's a very tough match in the bottom lane for sure, as lots of fan signs here. Sexy coach, please do a sexy pick ban. Nongsum side.
Yeah. And yeah, just a lot of Nongsum fans here. It's playoffs, and I'm glad to see the crowds are coming out in full force here. As you can see, some of the statistics here, the last 5 games, taking that 2-1 over D+ Gia, and that was after nearly getting defeated by Kwangdong Freaks in match 83. And some of the stats here, obviously, Dragon percentage quite high here. They're not prioritizing Herald as highly. Those stats kind of usually do mirror each other like that. First turret, about halfway, so not really early leads they necessarily win with, but great team fighting around objectives in the late game.
We have Angus Old asking about the Kai'Sa Baron steal. It basically just happened, and it stayed. Nothing really came of it, and then they went into Game 5, and D+ went and won the series from there. 3-1 DRX, easy clap. That is my prediction. But we'll have to wait and see what does happen and how the guys play. It is challengers after all, so we could have predictions that are just wildly wrong.
It does happen. It does happen. Here's DRX coming out to the stage. As you guys can see, just the standard roster today, no surprises. Will be Duckdom and Pleta in the bottom lane, Frog and Sponge, that top 2v2 setup with Satab in the mid lane. A team that has impressed us a lot, one of the big favorites throughout last year. And even with the roster changes here, they came up big towards the end of the year in summer. Duckdom trying to earn his way back into an LCK team, I think, by proving a lot here in Challengers. And so far, I think there's no question he definitely could be a player to slot back into the LCK. We have such a stacked AD carry pool right now in the LCK, it's hard to imagine somebody like Duckdom is even down here. But when you consider who we have in LCK, it makes a little bit more sense.
Yeah, I mean, we have Paddock, you know. we've got Taeyun, some big names up there, and hopefully Duckdom will return to his rightful place in the LCK. At least in my opinion, I think he deserves to be there, but they're trying some new things after some lack of success, which I also don't mind on the side of DRX in the LCK. So, unfortunately for Duckdom, that does mean that he might need to spend some extra time down here, at least for now. As we do see the couple of matches that they played, DRX did take the last one, match 51. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, I think some of these stats you can compare, obviously, to the regular season versus playoffs round 1. Looking pretty similar here. I mean, gold per minute is actually almost exactly the same. It's kind of a very obscure stat that we don't really use that much. I think it can really set the top teams apart from each other when you look at how much they're getting off the map. And it is like a valuable stat, I guess, for challengers, because I think challengers teams don't really get that full efficiency in terms of farming all 3 lanes in the late game. But the stat's not too different here from regular season to playoffs. Sometimes we see huge differences in round 1 of playoffs versus regular season, as you could see some of the stats here as we look at them a little bit closer. Definitely better regular season in a lot of regards here for DRX, but first blood win rate, not as high.
Yeah.
Not as relevant, but also not as high.
Yeah. We do catch DRX with the higher herp G here from the regular season, and they're keeping up with their exact 1 per game. Just 1 herp per game. And we do have the Dragon at 15, slightly going towards Nongshim. But yeah, pretty evenly matched when it does come to the regular season, but just playoffs is, I don't know if it's going to be a different story but who knows? Maybe Duck Dom just goes into the stratosphere and takes over the matches.
Yeah, I think he's definitely the favorite in that matchup against Vital. So we'll see if he can live up to it. I think that things can certainly go wrong in the bottom lane if HH is having one of his good days. But time will tell on that one. I think predictions here, pretty unsurprising that it's a mostly DRX spread, but also
You have a
those
couple of
that are close there.
hipsters, yeah.
I mean, everything's close.
Yeah, but look at the two hipsters. Dongjun, you guys may know him, used to cast in the LCK from the Korean side. Also, this guy, Atlus? Don't know what he's on.
Atlanta, US.
Yeah,
That's
something
where I'm
like
from.
that. ATL US, KEKW?
Yeah, Atlanta, United States.
Any
Georgia.
any Nongshim Predators? I can't. Atlus? Yeah, I don't know. The rest of us did go for DRX.
I mean,
we do
I-
have 1-3-0.
Yeah, that 3-0 I think is actually honestly the... if I look at all of these 9 predictions, the 3-0 is the one where I'm like, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if that's allowed, but everything else...
How about the 3-1?
actually
Is
seems
that allowed?
3-1 I think is okay.
Okay.
But,
But is 3-2 for DRX, is that perfect, Wolf, in your opinion?
I mean, it's what I predicted. I think it's what's going to happen. But it's time, guys. We're going into draft game 1. Find out if Nongshim can pull off the upset here. Wouldn't be a major one, but I'd say it definitely is, as our clock's going crazy, but
Woo!
it's settled down. Settle down, clock. So let's see what this draft is
Man,
going to look like.
You're not the clock's real dad. The clock can do whatever it wants.
I know, but I'd like it. I get to settle down. Let's jumping back and forth a little bit. As
Alice's pred today almost as bad as Valdez's yesterday pred. True, it didn't come true because you know, that's the way challengers goes.
it was
sometimes.
supposed to come true.
It was supposed to. They were on the edge. They were 5K gold ahead in Game 4, but it wasn't meant to be. But new series, new day, and a new chance to just ruin our preds with the Nongshim 3-0. Let's see how it goes.
So Nocturne is banned here, interestingly, which leads me to believe they're all right. Everybody needs to clock and camera guy. Let's sync up.
Feeling
Right?
a little rusty, you know.
Like the clock keeps jumping from 27 to 25, and it's making me a little bit worried. Like, what's going on 26? Like, wake up.
Yeah.
Let's see if they want to prioritize Rumble here, because obviously they're going to get the Kai'Sa first pick that was left open to them, and I do like the Vi ban. Maokai needs to be banned every game probably, but DRX, if they prioritize like a Jax here, got Rumble, they don't have Nocturne. It's the only real reason right now I think the Nocturne should be banned in this position for Nongshim. Could have banned this, you know, for example.
Yeah. There's definitely a lot of strong stuff. The Nocturne, like the Ahri Nocturne, maybe they feel like it's really strong in challengers, you know, just because you kind of press your buttons and go in. Sejuani is definitely one of these other junglers that often gets left up, and they are going to pick that alongside of the Tristana.
I think that Nongshim, it's a kind of a tricky position here in terms of the Rumble idea, because you don't know if they're going to play Jax or, okay, well, just going to pick the Jace here with no Maokai. It's an interesting choice.
Jache.
They might still get the Rel. I think it's pretty wise here to lock that one in with what DRX already have. But you don't know if they're going to pick Jax or the Renekton, and if you pick the Rumble here, they might not. If you do not pick the Rumble, they will, and then you won't get either of those. So kind of an awkward spot here, especially with the Jace priority. They're just going to take the Jax away. I think this is the safer call than going for Rumble.
Yeah, it does leave a lot of options for Frog if they do want to pick it here. They could even just skip it and like pick an 80 carry or something for Duck Dom, and then, you know, let's say Nongshim ban like Renekton and Cassante. I mean, you could play Rumble yourselves, you could play a different tank. You know, there's a lot of stuff that is still available for the top lane, as Rakan going to be shown the respect he deserves. Has been really shooting up in terms of his tier, I would say, here in Korean League of Legends across the board.
Yeah, I mean, the LPL figured it out a really long time ago, but we finally caught up a little bit here in the LCK. And now Nautilus is taken away. Very strong pick into that Tristana. Could still be Tristana bot, but that is unlikely.
Wolf, where is Seraphina?
I'm not getting into it.
Wolf, where is she?
The Renekton was the most obvious pick for top, and that's banned away now. So in terms of the options, that we have left here for Frog. I mean, might be just playing a tank here in this game.
Yeah. That's why, like, you're going to be banned away from, like, the tier 1 stuff, but I think it's okay. It really depends on, like, you know, because if they didn't take Rakan, it was almost definitely going to get banned, unless you feel like they were going to ban 280 carries, which is definitely an option. As LeBlanc going to be banned away here, expecting potentially the Tristana to be flexed, or even the LeBlanc to be flexed into top.
The other thing is Sejuani could be flexed into top.
Whoa.
And they could play Viego here. I actually think it would be pretty good with their comp, Tristana, Viego, with Sejuani tank. They're going to take the Rumble now into the Jax themselves. With a Nocturne ban, this actually feels pretty good for them. And can save that final pick for Duck Dom in the bottom lane. See what Nongshim's going to grab as their support here. It's, I think, a pretty good Leona angle. Oh, Rel is still available. All right, well, never mind. That's that's the obvious one. They didn't lock it in earlier, but it's still here.
Yeah, you got to take Rel. It's just too strong right now.
Don't do this.
Never mind. They could still pick it for the jungle, but
this would be really interesting, but they won't do that either.
Yeah, just gonna go ahead and take the Rel. Should be going to the bottom lane, you'd expect, but could still be flexed. Or you just pick Bel'Veth randomly in game 1.
I don't think they're going to pick Bel'Veth. I think it might be like a Lee Sin pick here. You need something that can follow up. Ooh, Zach!
Yes!
All right, well, this made my day.
Yes.
We already got the better series than the other
Any
casters.
Croco enjoyers? Yeah. Sounda is. He's not even on the same team. Sponge was supposed to be the one that picks that one up, and he's just playing good old Sejuani.
Zeri feels pretty easy here to lock in. You've got a lot of ways to get Tristana resets. The longer fights are going to be insane. Sejuani, if she gets tanky enough, will feel really good here, but you only have that one front line in the Sejuani, and there's a lot of tools to get past it. The Rel, the Zac, the Jax, Kai'Sa can ult over it, so you really need to win these fights kind of slowly as DRX using the Equalizer. The Equalizer, I think, is going to be quite literally make or break in these fights. If it doesn't come up big, you probably lose those because you don't have enough damage to then get your first reset for the Tristana. If it's big, though, and Tristana gets one kill, then she becomes your front line with the Sejuani, and Zeri just runs after everybody, and it's really easy.
Yeah, definitely a lot of power there. I do have to say I like Nongshim's draft better. Definitely biased because Zac is one of my favorite champions, but also not biased. I just think it is a bit better. Like, they're engaged, extremely reliable. Like, Zac Rel together is pretty disgusting, and there's not too much to stop that, as you were mentioning.
Yeah, and they have Poke, whereas DRX have Equalizer.
Yeah.
That's it. And that's an ability you're not going to have multiple uses of, very likely in a team fight. So dealing with Shock Blast Poke in this overall squishy lineup, dealing with Kai'Sa Poke, kind of problematic here. So I'm going to have to agree with you. I give the edge to Nongshim as well.
All right. Well, a good start for them. We'll see how the game actually plays out, because even in the LCK sometimes, Wolf, the draft doesn't matter. It comes down to the execution, how the teams are going to play it out, and especially in Challengers, that is more true than anywhere else, any major region at least, or major league. So this is going to be interesting. Sounda going to use DRX's own tech from the LCK, brings it into Challengers, and says, no, Zac's just a strong champ. And I think it is, Wolf.
Seems pretty good to me. I think there's a lot of power because there's not a lot to block for this Zac or to interrupt him in this game either. You know, Buster shot that Zac while he's jumping. I don't know about that.
Good luck with that. Well, here we go. Game 1. You doing the bass now?
No, I don't know. Surprised we had no fans.
What do you mean? We have fans.
Those fan sounds.
Uh-huh.
And then I kind of got scared they were going to start because I can hear the mics on right now. The fans are just quiet for some reason. We have like more fans than usual, but
Professor Silent asks, casters, who got more advantage on draft-wise? Well, we just talked about it for a good minute or so, and you missed it. So if you wanted to bet based on our thoughts on the draft, you'll just have to pay more attention.
Wow.
Yeah, get wrecked.
If you're on YouTube, just scroll back a little bit.
You said what? D colon? Sorry. It's okay. You can just go to YouTube and. I'm just kidding, Professor Silent.
Sounda has played.
We like
two
Nongshim's
games.
draft better.
He's played 2 games of Zac this season already, 0-2. But that is not a stat I had, you know, in my. It's not one I prepared for today. Going, oh yeah, watch out for this. I was not aware of it. Honestly, I wasn't aware of it, Valdez.
Yeah.
And I am now. As Duckdom also is playing his first game of Zeri, which is kind of unusual to see. Been playing obviously a lot more Xayah and Kai'Sa recently, but still, in this meta, you would have figured he would have picked up at least like 4 by now.
Yeah. And I do remember now, yeah, Sounda was the guy. I remember Yundo told us about it because he pulled this out first in a game where it was like a Thursday or Friday where we were casting LCK. So obviously we weren't watching challengers, but he was still observing. And he said, hey, Sounda pulled out the Zac. And then I think last week as well, like right at the end, pulled out the Zac one more time. Also got a loss. And yeah, for you guys who joined late, yes, we liked Nongshim's draft better. We feel like it's easier. The Zac can't really be interrupted. And
Like only Sejuani.
the poke
really can
advantage as well. Yeah.
That's just not very likely. If Sejuani is far enough to stop the Zac, or like is ulting the Zac to stop the engage, like something has gone very wrong.
Do you know the Muffin Man? I know the Muffin Man. Do you know the Muffin Man, Wolf?
Not personally, but
Have you heard
he liked one
about
of
the
my tweets.
Muffin Man?
Yeah, he liked one of my tweets, so I feel like he knows
Huh.
who I am, but I'm not, you know, I didn't follow him, he doesn't follow me, and I haven't ever met him. Like, he didn't send me any DMs, he didn't ask me if
Okay.
I was going to PAX, you know, like, yeah. I wasn't going, but like, I just thought maybe he could ask if he was interested. He's clearly not.
There was old like kids show. It wasn't really a show. It was like a movie, I guess. But it was. Yeah, Sounda's just here, and this is Tristana. So yeah, just buffer. Easy peasy. Could just stretch Armstrong to bring him back, but oh wow, he's actually gonna have to flash away from this. Zac even more OP than I imagined, even after having over 200 games on this champion. And yeah, Seitab gonna have to burn his flash early on.
Yeah, well, not showing a lot of respect there, Valdez. Pushing forward pretty deep.
It was a good buffer though.
Yeah, the buffer there makes it very clear that Seitab has played into this Zac quite a bit. And Zac mid was like pretty common for a while earlier this year too. But the fact that he was well versed, that makes me feel like he thought, oh, okay, I just buffer this. If he comes, it doesn't matter. I actually don't care. But then he got hit by the little rubber band there, and did have to flash ultimately because Jace's damage output is really high. So, bit frustrating here for Seitab, but we'll be fine ultimately at the end of the day. See if any follow-up ganks, though, cause him some grief.
Yeah, could be a bit of an issue. Might have to play it a little bit safer. As he showed off, you can buffer CC with the rocket jump, as we all know. So definitely something you could go for. Sponge, he saw the Zac, knew the timing, knew that he was going to go down to the Krugs with that ward that was on the Raptors, and now he's just going to go in and steal the Raptors. Very good timing from Sponge to get in there and sponge all over him. But let's see what happens from here on out.
Yeah, like how much water has he absorbed before this series? You know, how thick is the sponge? Has it been recently
But
wrung
you're
out?
talking about Zac.
Nah, well, I mean, I'm talking about Sejuani in this case, but Sponge, he has been very clutch. Let's say that's a word I've used a lot recently, but I feel like it's been an aspect of play that has been more relevant this season of LCK and LCK challenges, where we're not seeing draft matter as much this season. We're not seeing early leads matter as much. It's like, can you make a really cool play actually and save the game? That ends up mattering a lot right now. So Sponge is one of the kings of changing game states that are not favorable into being favorable ones by either just getting an insane pick or stealing an objective. And he's not just famous for his goofy name and being apparently a SpongeBob meme here in Korea.
When is someone gonna name themselves Goofy? That's a good name.
That is a good name.
You know, you could be like the Disney character.
Yeah, no, I mean, Goofy movie
It's
was
a good
pretty
name.
good, you know?
You're not about the Cheese Whiz though, right?
No.
I'm not really a Cheese Whiz guy either. Satab
That's
is
not
gonna
what you
hop in,
want.
trying to bait Calmy into a bit of an issue, and Calmy just bops him because he's got his two friends here as well. A little 3-on-3 posturing in mid lane as the stun is going to come down. There is the incredible CC, but Bled is going to get over the wall, and this is going to be a win inevitably for Nongshim, who are going to push them away.
Problem is, it's hard for Nongshim to actually start up this dragon without losing control of Herald, unless Calmy gets a pick.
Yeah, Satab
Oh,
just dead. Just going to get flashed on there by HH. Incredible play as Nongshim really showed up to play today. First blood given over to the Jace.
Yeah, really looking quite strong here in this early laning phase, and they're not going to go ahead and crash down and go into that Drake pit. They're going to reset first, as Mihail going to commit his ult up here. I don't know about this. Equalizer
The
available.
spacing. Got absolutely wrecked by that as, yep, just as you're saying, just waiting for the leap, I would suppose. There it is. Uses it a bit late, but Mihail still holding onto his flash. Frog probably going to look to trade it, but doesn't know exactly where the Zac is, so just going to back away for now.
Yep, Sponge taking the dragon at the same time, so really trying to greed for this, as Satab here gets caught by the hammer mid-jump. And then he just followed up on by this Rel. If he had flash, wouldn't have been a problem. But lost it earlier in the lane. DRX will still get the Drake, which is quite critical. If they had given that one up after also losing out on their Tristana, would have been really rough. I think part of this, in fact, based on the fact that Jax took the bad trade topside there, Mihail down teleport, and they just couldn't get back control of the map. These small things really add up on early objectives.
All the small things.
Yeah, Blink-182 had it right early on.
Yeah. They get it. I get it as well. So Sounda was spotted here doing the Rift Herald, as it does seem that DRX do want to fight this a bit. They've got a bunch of guys over here. Sounda now trying to stretch Armstrong him back in. Sponge will have to flash away. Nice permafrost, but you're not getting away from all of this engage. And this is why we really liked Nongshim's comp. You just get on in there. Everybody can really just dogpile after you do start it off, and that's going to be a kill on top of what should be Nongshim getting the Rift Herald as well.
And this is like early game. You know, it gets worse later on in the mid game when Jace actually has items. I mean, he did get that early Dirk with the gold he picked up from that kill earlier on the Satab, but like, he's not that big yet. He's pretty big for where Jace normally is, but this comp doesn't really do as well until he's sitting on his first lethality item, and you have a Kaisa who actually can follow up with some extra damage. And these types of skirmishes right now, this early on, it's just the power of the CC alone. But this gets worse if you can't be coordinated against all of the engage. And unfortunately, there's just no damage to back up any sort of turn here. Like, Fleta is just trying to use his ultimate to buy a little bit of spaces.
Oh, okay.
Warning, warning, warning.
Yeah, no, he's dead. He can't listen to the warning. He's, yeah, okay. So we're going to take a look at the replay of that. As wow, hide on bush.
Frog
Seems
is
like
just really
Faker knew it from whenever he started playing League and made that name.
Yeah, Mihail is just getting outplayed in this lane. It's a tough matchup for Jax, and with the good spacing we've seen from Frog already, just making it look easy. Takes a 12 CS lead plus all that gold he gets from the kill. As early Sword Shoes going straight into some extra damage here and some extra movement speed to further that spacing. And this is where things get a little bit tricky for the Jax now. And he also picks up a plate, I believe, actually. At least the plate went down. I don't know if he locally picked it up. But looking really good for him, actually, now as a blasting wand. He's getting close to that demonic embrace. He's just really going to start hurting in these team fights.
Yep, definitely will. Frog just getting online, which is why they weren't scared to go ahead and pick up the Rakan. Unfortunately for them, they haven't really been able to use the Rakan just yet. We'll have to wait and see how it goes in the first fight that we actually do have, like a real team fight, because so far it's just kind of been, you know, pick after pick. As Mihail, he goes back in to get the ward, and yeah, he's going to clear it out, but he's taking big chunks of damage, and that Rumble's only going to get a bit scarier here.
Hey, he can get 240 health back from his
Yeah.
refillables. He's
Wait, how do you know exactly?
I think it's
the number?
120, isn't it?
I don't know.
I use refillables a lot.
I
think
just
it's
press
120.
it. I don't know the number.
I don't know, chat, see if I'm right. I think it's 240 he gets if he uses both. He's not going to use both, but if he did. Sounda could look to punish this Rumble meanwhile.
Ooh, nice little play here on a Call Me. He is not very tanky on the Jace, has to flash away, and yeah, the explosion is just not enough. Unfortunate here for Satab and Sponge, as Satab even committing to the flash again on that one, as now Call Me has to run away. The Equalizer just gonna totally whiff as Sounda gets in and distracts them just a bit, and Call Me will get away.
They're just so confused. They're like, how did he get there that fast? As it turns out, he gets speed from his acceleration gate and his ultimate and just walks it out. It has phase rush as well, and Call Me just gets out there. Like, you just see the check on the Scryer's Bloom afterwards, like, where did he go? It's like, no, he's just fast enough to get out of there, actually. He didn't, like, juke you. You just thought he was going to be a little bit slower there. A bit of a misprediction from Frog. That's okay, though. I mean, you can blame him. It's a bit tough without vision to know exactly which path the Jace is going to take and how fast he's going to go through that jungle there, and he does get away. Would have definitely been dead if the Equalizer was better placed. Would have gotten slowed and then killed. He's not able to do so. Still, kind of big enough win here for DRX, so you feel pretty good about it, just not the kill that you were really hoping for.
Yeah, I mean, Sejuani Ultimate is a big committal early on in the game. Not going to have it potentially for the Drake fight. That is in 20 seconds. He'll get close, as they may just get it for free because Sound is top. So the timing of this is not okay. Well, they're really committing to this. There's no flash for Frog, as he should be dead. Will he take anyone with him? It seems unlikely, as the amount of CC from the Zac with the ult is too much. As they say, yeah, sure, take the Infernal Drake. We'll take your entire top tower.
Yeah, I actually think this is a way better choice here for Nongshim than trying to fight this one out. Even with Sejuani's ultimate down, Frog has TP. You know, if you try to go over and contest this Dragon, Frog gets over there, they slow it down, he has an Equalizer to drop. Instead, they're just going to push topside and look for a kill on this fragile Rumble that is flashless, and they have that tracked, and then they can just simply turn this into the whole turret, tons of money for Jax. And it really nullifies that lead that the Rumble had earlier. And as much as we love Rumble into Jax and how much we like this matchup, it's not going to feel great if you're just constantly getting engaged on in team fights either. And already you could see the power of the Zac pick. It's just so difficult to deal with, especially when a Rel could be there to set him up. Looks really scary to me about this.
No, it's rough. I mean, Rumble doesn't do well into that much hard engage, just in general. Can he, you know, get a build where he gets demonic, maybe like a Zonya's relatively early on, so that even if they do engage onto him, he can just put the Flame Spitter out and kind of just go stasis. Maybe that's the call for him. We'll have to wait and see how his build does develop. Someone in chat said SpongeBob AFK. He was literally doing the Drake for the team, which is definitely the right call. I suppose he was AFK doing the objective.
Nobody in chat knows how much a refillable pot does as well, apparently.
Yeah, nobody said anything. Nobody even Googled it.
Yeah, I'm like, really, guys? Chat, come on. Chat's
that was your moment.
Empty. Chat's coming up empty a little bit. Don't do this to me. I'm looking it up now.
Yeah. And Mahal, he's got a ward this time. He'll be fine. Mahal a little bit, he's definitely a little bit more slippery than the
it's
the
100.
Jace. Yep. Hipster says, not our job. That's a very hipster thing to say. Very much on brand. Love it. Let's call me.
It's 100, not 120.
Yeah. He's going to take down the first turret. So all that work that got done on the top side of the map ends up being a big boon here, not just for Nongshim, but also for Call Me, who does take down that big objective up there.
Yeah. They did nerf sustain items a while back. That might have been where I got confused. But anyway, dive over here. I don't know about this. Into a Jax. This wave isn't going to last very long either. Not going to be able to commit, but this means Sounda getting free Herald on the top side. This turret is down, and it's Call Me pushing into a Rumble. That's not a matchup the Rumble is going to like. Just outranged and outpoked. And the Demonic Embrace is done, but, you know, not going to be able to show up to do any fighting here if they're just not going to contest Herald and try to commit to taking down bottom side turret. And DRX just kind of getting out macroed a little bit in this game. Obviously, the early laning phase for Satab really hurt some of their early potential for control. But they're just kind of getting out-rotated by this Zac, who just has so much mobility, such a long engage range, and gotta be figuring out how to successfully cross-map. Otherwise, Nongshim is going to keep trading up. Yeah, you got a 2-Drake lead, but it's Cloud Soul, which is good, but not amazing for your comp. It's much better, actually, I'd argue, for Nongshim's.
Yeah, it's going to be good in general. We'll have to wait and see if they can even get that, because this is something you can do where it's like, okay, you take the first 2 Drakes, we're not even going to fight it, we're going to get stuff elsewhere on the map and get ahead. So now on the next fight, Nongshim have 3,000 extra gold, and, you know, will DRX be able to fight for those Drakes? Maybe, maybe not. Depends on the execution, as always. As apparently it did used to be 120.
Yeah, they did some sustained nerfs, actually. I remember, like, I think it was even like last summer. It was actually quite a while ago now, but yeah, I was wrong. My bad, chat. So he could have gotten 200
in
back.
the past.
Yeah, he could have gotten 200 back. All right, let's.
You're just a time traveler. But yeah, Nongshim are a really smart team. Like, their mid jungle is also very strong in terms of like mechanical play, but also extremely smart when it comes to macro. When it comes to even the draft, I feel like they've always kind of had one step ahead of the other challengers teams. So I feel like a lot of their Challenger League team strength does come from, you know, intelligence in the game.
Yeah, I think also the big winning player we look at for DRX, the one that we think has pretty huge advantages across the against their lane opponent, is Duckdom, right? But he hasn't been empowered in this game. The game hasn't been about him yet. It very well could be if this goes full challengers. We go to like a 35-minute game where, you know, it's 2 Drakes apiece, and you know, Zeri's starting to get some items online even without kills. Then you can start feeling better about this Tristana and Zeri composition. But right now, Nongshim feeling very good about the amount of map control they have. And with the side laning Jax, I feel like this 2 Drake deficit doesn't feel as bad, because you're like, well, I mean, you guys want to try to threaten that soul, I'll just get your inner turret, and then later we'll be able to threaten your inhibitors with this Jax. So DRX, really hard for them to actually force a fight on their terms. And against all this engage, they need a lot of vision that they don't really have right now. They've done a pretty good job of trying to set up for this dragon here on the bottom side, but look at the vision. Like, they grouped, but didn't clear any of those wards.
Yeah, just kind of hanging out at this point. Nongshim got the second Rift Herald, so they could use that for priority on the objective. As the guys in the chat, they kind of get it. They're like, you know, this game is not done. This is challengers. Nongshim have a nice lead, but anything can happen. You got double AD carry on the other side, which is why, you know, if this were an LCK team game, I'd be like, Nongshim have the big lead. They're going to utilize this very well. This teleport is kind of sad that Calmy has to use this here, but it's challengers, so I have to be like, well, you know, like they're ahead, but you never know. Like, let's see what happens.
I think the thing is, like, with Vital having Shiv and his Nashor's Tooth ready here, I actually like that teleport call. It doesn't feel amazing, but it also defends this turret, and they can threaten mid, as well as get this dragon. It could push Setab out of the lane. He's a level up now, and I think they're winning everywhere.
Yeah, Calmy's getting in there. He's looking at that. Shock Blast was interesting, but it's okay. Gonna push Setab out. I think that DRX don't have any...
You can't fight this anymore against HH with Magnet Storm Flash. I just don't think you break through.
Yeah, I don't think you do. It looked like DRX were unsure about what exactly they were going to go for. Maybe Sponge just going to sneak into the brush and look to set up a play on a Calmy instead, who is going to be feeling... Oh, he tries to flash it, but now he's just dead, as even a teleport is coming in here and maybe just saved by the Tristana. As Equalizer comes down, Calmy's totally fine, gets a free kill onto Pleta, who has to jump in there, and this is just a disaster now for DRX, as Nongshim gonna shut everybody down. Sponge as well. Here comes Duckdom, though, looking to have a little bit of a Zeri moment, but does have a Jax in his face, holding up the counter-strike, gonna leap away as Flash in. Duckdom, he wants something out of this, and it looks like he will just get the Zac.
Getting the Zac's passive here also feels pretty huge as well.
Where was Vital?
That's like, he was pushing mid, he got the turret, and deleted a few waves, it looks like, on his way. So not a huge mistake from him or anything like that. They just didn't expect DRX to hard commit. And this was very challengers of DRX, but I feel like DRX is a team that's normally a lot more measured than this. I feel like, you know, we see moves like this from Nongshim, we see moves like this from Hanwha, we see them from KT, where you're just like, Jace down there, let's commit a whole fight and maybe lose the game over this. Sort of Sponge goes for this. If Calmy actually flashes this better, which is really difficult, obviously, with a fat wall, and he gets away here, then, like, he's at full health, and he turns on this with the teleport and the Rel turn, and, like, it's GG, you know? The fact that it almost happens that way is concerning enough, and then...
He got the invulnerability from the takedown, so he didn't die to the explosion.
Yep. Gets that. The Dustblade is pretty crazy, what it can accomplish for you, and then... staying a bit long here. See, Nongshim is a team that does this more than DRX do it. They do it here, and so Duckdom is going to be able to get the passive and the kill here on the Sounda. So that feels really nice that you're able to get that at least.
Is it a Zeri moment?
I wouldn't certify that.
Okay. No stamp. She did get 2 kills.
Yeah, but it's like, it wasn't the moment where it's like, uh-oh, now Zeri's a problem way too early. You know, we're 21.5 minutes in. She's got her quick blades.
Uncertified.
That's not a certification for me.
Was it a Zeri happening?
Yeah,
not really a moment, but you know, like something happened. So we're getting a lot of hate for Zaytab's Tristana. I mean, like
one mistaken lane and that crazy hammer boop midair. Come on, chat. Come on, chat. You're better than this.
Well, now that we're in playoffs, we're getting more viewers. You know, we got guys that don't watch challengers all the time, so they're probably straight from LPL chat. They're like just calling people frauds, and they think it's okay. It's not cool here, guys. It's okay to criticize, but try to stay nice in challenger chat. These guys are very young and still relatively new compared to some of the LCK squads that you're used to seeing.
Zaytab has had, okay, hold up, Sounda, unseen.
Unseen for now, but he will make himself seen, as unfortunately Spun's going to get caught there on the top side. Pleta trying to help him out, but unfortunately the Rakan is just not good for peeling. This is a bit of an issue we were talking about from the draft as Vital gets in there, picks up a double kill, a bit of a Kaisa moment, as now Zaytab, you know, he's not having a great day. It's just what happens. He is going to get taken out as well. 0-3 now for the mid laner of DRX, and it looks like Nongshim will look for this Baron.
Yeah, it's not fun to play Sejuani into Jax in lane, but I feel like if they had gone Sejuani Viego, they would have at least had some stats on the Sejuani so that if she gets caught by Engage, she's still going to be relevant. Not really as jungle Sejuani could be that relevant as a bit of a sneaky Zeri.
Trying to do something here, Counter-Strike a really strong, oh god. Duckdom, okay, he is going to get over the wall. And he might just live for now. He doesn't have flash, used it in the fight before, you remember, for the kills. So, yeah, I suppose he helps his friend.
And Duckdom is to DRX as Viper is to HLE. Not able to make anything happen here, unfortunately, though, but the man is trying. And Vital gonna grab a kill here, second one coming through. Trying to save your Sejuani, trying to turn this around with no CC really whatsoever. You just gotta cut your losses. I feel like DRX have hard opted into losing more when they've lost a little in a few of these exchanges. They're like, wait, we can win this. I'm like, I don't think you can win this, actually, but they keep opting into it. So the gold lead is just kind of increased and exploded here for Nongshim.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of those things, especially when you're new to competitive play. Again, I say new, these guys have been probably playing for at least like 1 or 2 years, most of them. Where it's like you're trying to be there and trying to help out your squad and everybody's supposed to be on the same page, but sometimes that backfires, and that's like one of those small points of competitive play that can require a lot of nuance.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There's like a bell curve. There's like a sweet spot where, you know, when you first start playing with teammates, you're like not sure if you want to help your teammates or turn, and then that's a skill you have to learn to not be selfish and save yourself, but actually like, no, we have to commit to this or else we lose this game. But then sometimes you commit too much. Like there's definitely a sweet spot I don't think they've quite hit in this particular first game.
Yeah. So the poke you were talking about in the draft, Wolf, it is surely online, as Vital, even with the Rage Blade, still going to be chunking. As some people are like, there's still a chance for DRX. I would say because it's challengers, there is still a chance. If this were LCK, this game is like over, done with, like let's move on to the next one. But let's see if Nongshim can close this one out.
The thing is, like, they have double AD carry with Equalizer, and Rumble has Stopwatch, 2 items here. Like, all it takes is one team fight. I don't expect that team fight is going to come through as, Zeri is broken. How could she make those words disappear like that? Anyway.
Yeah, that's why she...
Yeah, there's also another chance for them to come out because they have Zeri. The Zeri and the Tristana, like, the part that's scary is the Zeri at this point in the game. But they're both kind of scary. So if you get a ton of damage off as the Rumble, sacrifice yourself with Stopwatch, do just one more Flame Spitter on top of the entire Nongshim team while they're engaging, and then Zeri gets 1 or 2 kills with Tristana. Like, I could see a team fight even this far behind going their way. I don't expect it, but all it takes is one bad engage or one overt or something like that. Equalizer on minion waves isn't going to do it for you, but, you know, that's what you got to do with Baron against you for 20 more seconds. Try to keep some idea about map control, you know, try to keep some sort of concept of map control here. Don't lose all your turrets. Zaytab gonna commit to coming bot.
So now they know that Sitep is not here.
And can't be here because he
Yeah.
teleported.
But
Mihal has TP.
Tristana very strong at pushing, so Sitep is going to get this one. And as you mentioned, Mihal does have to respond, but has TP if a fight does break out. So actually, I mean, trading a couple of turrets, like 1-for-1, when you're up against Baron buff, I suppose works out. Sitep does have to use his teleport for that, though.
Yeah, see if there's any way they can contest the next Baron in 2.5 minutes. Like, that's the goal here for DRX, is to defend long enough for the Baron to spawn. Make sure you don't lose any inhibitors, which is going to be very difficult into this composition, but at least the Jax was forced to deal with that wave bottom side, so that's going to buy you some additional time. That's step one, is don't lose any inhibitors in the next 140 seconds. Step two, try to get towards Baron and be able to contest and drop that equalizer down. If you could do both of those things, I mean, the chances of this, like, you can almost pretend like the gold lead isn't there if DRX have a good fight. I'm just being super optimistic here, but it is possible. We've seen it many times. Like, we've seen crazier situations than this.
Yeah, definitely. Mihal is ginormous right now.
And he has a hull breaker.
Jax. Yeah, he had hull breaker. He went back and bought a stopwatch as well. So Nongshim just winning my heart. Unfortunately, Vital hasn't gotten the memo yet. Looks like he's trying to build towards death cap very quickly, and so he's not going to get a stopwatch. Even though I'm not really sure that he needs the extra damage, whereas a stopwatch could save your life and potentially the fight. And
Go
it's
death
cheaper.
cap, just go Ludens with your Rage Blade instead of Rage Blade, and then
Just be a poke bot.
Yeah.
I like that synergy. You see like how Sounda and HH came from two different angles right
Yeah.
at the same time? That was really cool.
They look very
All the
well
small
prepared.
things.
Yeah, they look well prepared today for the Zac pick. I mean, it's his third time playing it, but still, first time I'm getting to cast it. I'm enjoying it a lot.
I don't think that Seitab can match Mile. Like, I don't think this is a fair matchup. Either you get Rumble over here or 280 carries. And yeah.
With this back timer for, you know, most of Nongshim resetting before Baron. Okay, Vital.
Right, trying to get on top of him. He's just going to flash away. And that is a bit of a win here for DRX. As long as they don't get caught out, though, as the stretch does come out, but Sounda not able to find anything else to hit.
Well, this is very favorable for DRX now. This position here, like, they've now bought time for that Baron to wear off. Call me a little bit on the edge here. Okay, here comes that Sounda flank, though. Gotta watch that. Uh-oh.
Everybody just dashing away, run away from the Zac. He's very scary. Call me trying to get in there. He's going to miss his shock blast, and Sponge does not get slowed up due to that frost armor. As now Nongshim, they were looking for a pick before Baron, but it looks like they might just have to do it.
I mean, right now, DRX really need to rush to the Baron. Like, nobody's even close. If you defended the Baron, that the previous Baron buff, you dealt with that the pushes until the Baron spawn, but you're not in position to contest it, so it might not matter at all. Equalizer needs to be huge here from Frog, level 16.
Yeah, and Seitab's here, he does not have teleport, and can he win this fight is the answer. The question, rather, the answer is no, absolutely not. Nice turn here from the side of DRX. They're going to get HH, who's trying to zone them away, but maybe just trying to stop their backs as Mihal now threatening the base.
Yeah, I mean,
He's going to keep going.
they're going to have to teleport here. Could be interrupted.
Oh, yes, it will. I think he just, yep, he just hits the blast cone or that other guy, and Rumble's going to go down. Mihail's here, and so is the TP from Call Me as Mihail goes down. But I think this is enough autos, especially with the Jace. They're trying to get over here to stop Call Me as there's no more minions. He needs that gun, and he is going to get it. Speeds it up with one last W, and that is the end of the game. That just won Hooney's heart with one fell swoop.
I love the BM from Call Me as well in the end. He's like stutter stepping around, not autoing the Nexus. Then the last second swaps back to ranged, autos it and flashes as it explodes. Great stuff. Really a pretty one-sided game overall, and I think the early game went really poorly for DRX, and then they opted into a few of those really bad fights that were just not winnable. Like, Sejuani got caught a few times, and they kept trying to be like, well, we'll solve this, and then giving over additional gold. You can see Duckdom did quite a bit of damage in the game regardless, because he's Duckdom, he played the game really well, but His team was just too far behind. I had a lot of people giving Setab some criticisms. I think really that needs to stay in the early laning phase. There were a few overextensions there, really greedy play that was punished. But outside of that, I mean, can you really say like this was a bad Tristana game for him when the team is 7,000 gold behind? Like, what's he supposed to do?
Yeah, I mean, he got focused a lot early on, right? Like a level 4 gank from the Zac comes in, forces him to flash. He gets triple man ganked in the mid lane soon after, knocked out of midair. Like, Setab started off rough and maybe just got a little bit tilted from all that focus. And he didn't have his best game, but it wasn't, you know, the game wasn't his fault. That's not why DRX lost by any means. So, Nongshim gonna get one on the board. That is a very early and very clean start for them. There was like a little bit of wobbling through the mid game, but they got there in the end.
I thought it was, you know, there were some mistakes there at the very end, right before that Baron, but overall, Nongshim just looked really clean, and I think that the draft has to change here for DRX, so you cannot just give them all of these engaged champions and Kai'Sa and Jax. And the Rumble counterpick, not enough to solve it when the Rumble doesn't feel great in your comp and is just so easily engaged upon. I think Rel probably needs a ban, you know. I don't know if you need to ban the Zac, but you can't give Rel and Kai'Sa and Jax with a comp like this. It's just too risky.
Yeah, the Rel getting through instead of Lilia, probably something you need to look at for sure, at least in the second round of bans, right? As Chronicler says, Nongshim coaching staff, they're just smashing it. As taken damage 28.2 thousand, as the Zac was insane this game. Was my vote. Who did
Mine
you
as
vote
well.
for?
Yeah,
there you go.
I just thought that his early ganks and the pressure he put on in the late game too, how many picks he set up, it was pretty insane. I think we put up the tank damage here, even though it's not that high, because it shouldn't be, because it was a very one-sided game. Just because we want to make him look good. His DPM isn't high, but his early kill participation, I think, is really the stat I would have asked for. Still, total kill participation sitting at about 82% here. Very nicely done on the Zac pick. And on the third time of asking, he will pick up a win.
Yeah, got the job done. Made the Zac look extremely strong, even into a comp that had a lot of mobility. Unfortunately, there wasn't a lot of stuff that could stop the Zac from hopping in midair, which is something you highlighted in the draft, Wolf, and it turned out to be a great pick. And the Nongshim coaching staff continues to smurf it, as do these players, making it to second place in the regular season and pushing consistently through all the way, and now looking very strong at the start of this one. So maybe the Nongshim voters will be correct in the end, Wolf, or was it just game one?
I think we have to wait and see what the draft looks like for game two, but this was a very resounding win. This gives me a lot more confidence in Nongshim's ability to close this series out, but I don't think it's going to be one-sided. I'm not ready to say that.
Not ready indeed, but guys, we'll take a break and we'll come back after this. Hello and welcome back to Challenger League. We're here after game number 1, where Notion were able to get a very nice and sexy draft, as that one fan was calling for, and get the lead in this series. Do you think that we're going over to DRX's side this time, or will Notion continue with their dominance?
Well, DRX should have blue side, so that should help. I think that they will probably prioritize some engage themselves this time. Tristana is fine. Double AD carry Tristana's area is fine, but they didn't have anything to pair with the Sejuani. Like I feel like teams have prioritized Sejuani so much on red side, they're like, aha, now you can't have the Sejuani. And then they don't actually get any permafrost synergy or any great setup for follow-up engage. And they're like, Rakan!
They had Rumble.
They're like, Rakan, that'll do it. Like, a Rakan can follow up on our Glacial Prison. And, yeah, he can. And, like, sometimes it works. We saw T1 do this with their Gnar Sejuani draft the other day.
Yeah.
But it's not classically good. Like, it's not actually the best option. And
It's not classic. No.
just, if you're going to not pick permafrost synergy for your Sejuani or have great follow-up long-range engage, maybe just ban it, you know, just don't play it. That's what I'm saying. They
Wolf, did
pick
you know
blue.
that in the lore, Zac is short for Zon Amorphous Combatant?
No.
Today you learned. I think DRX should draft Ari Set Yasuo for the 3 Ionia synergy. Thank you for your input.
Why isn't it called
I don't
ZAC
think
in
so.
Korean then? I actually think that might be a lie.
These two are too serious. Well, you know, it is playoffs, so we're trying to keep it a little bit more serious. Sorry, OSRS, although I do play your game a lot. What?
I don't know. Anyway, let's go into the draft. Look at how many people we have. Like, actually, the crowd is
I think Chad is struggling today.
yeah. You know who's not struggling? The fans who are coming to show up for.
There are a
the
lot of
playoffs.
fans.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Jeez.
saying. Like, there's a lot. It's pretty packed, and a lot of people here to support both teams. Noblesse coming down here to coach the Challengers team. He's worked with both rosters. A former Heroes of the Storm legend on screen there with the tie on the left. He is one of the best tank players of all time in the game he came from, and hasn't been able to make that big of a mark in Overwatch, in League of Legends just yet. I don't know why I said Overwatch. We also do
Not in
Overwatch in this
Valorant
arena.
either.
No,
Yeah.
He hasn't been able to make this big of a splash in competitive cruising USA either.
Yeah, Heroes of the Storm. Yeah.
But yeah, he's looking pretty happy. Notion had a great draft in game 1. We'll see if they can get that same sort of power here going into the second game where DRX will have blue side against them.
A lot of people calling for the no Tristana. I think that Tristana is fine, and challengers will surprise you. You know, game number 1 can happen. Maybe Setab plays it again, and we're all like, oh god, facepalm, and then he like single-handedly carries because, you know, it really just comes down to how you play in the game, right? So I think it's okay. It's still a very strong pick. You don't necessarily have to first pick it if you feel like Setab is not too comfortable on it. And that's okay. Okay, respect Admiano SRS. We'll see, we'll see. Fun game, though. I was questing yesterday, yes.
He was. All right, we got to the dog bark part of the song, so that's how you know draft should be starting pretty shortly here. As
Bark, 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 bark.
the emotions on both sides of the stage here are quite different. Obviously, Nongshim looking like they're having a great time. DRX, on the other hand, looking...
Dugdal was just smiling, though.
Yeah, a little smile
Everybody
from
else...
Setab as well. Someone must have made a joke or something. I think that maybe it was the coach, but... Yeah, definitely feeling the pressure as DRX here going into this one, the second game. But with draft advantage, could be all they need. Because we're looping. I don't know what's going on with these drafts. Get me in there.
We're not loopy feisty gaming, though.
No.
Not anymore. Only last year. I'd be down for some Xerath. I don't know if... who do you think would be more likely to play Xerath? Just random question.
Setab for sure.
Setab?
I feel like he would be the guy. He's always been very good at mages.
Calmy seems very much... He seems like a very serious gamer, you know? He's like, I will play only the best stuff. Like, very much, like, plays by the book. Yeah.
I feel like if the draft calls for it, he'll try it out, but I would definitely expect Setab to play it instead.
You know, Flamenco Hero, I did go to Barcelona one time by myself, and I went there early. I was going for a StarCraft 2 event, and I took a whole day, and I toured the city, and I watched some flamenco at night. It was really great. That's the end of the story.
It was a cool story.
Yeah.
As we're getting to the crux of the issue here, looks like it might be HH has an issue with his peripherals. I don't know. Because the refs are talking with him.
Yeah. Valdez noticed me. True. Generally, if you type in the chat, I will see it. There have been a couple of people that probably new to challengers, and unfortunately, they'll never get to chat again because of how mean they were to Setab in game 1. But that's okay.
He will notice you.
I will notice you.
All right, so we'll give you guys an update as soon as we find out what is going on here, but definitely appears to be somebody's actually updating us as we speak. And it's not the dog.
It's barking again.
So it is an HH problem. Headset issue. So it should be resolved fairly quickly. Yeah, it's Baby Shark.
But Sanghi must be someone's name?
Yeah.
Who are they referring to? Let's find out. It's Mihail.
Mihail, okay. I thought it was maybe Sounda. Mihail, good to know. Probably why they showed him first there on camp.
Yep. Should have read do. Yeah.
The systems that we use here, I'm going to do the vehicle of esports speech, but the systems that we use for headsets here are pretty complex, but usually pretty robust as well, and it's not normally an issue with the peripheral itself, but actually the like cables and like wired connection they have to communicate with each other. But we did see that he's not fiddling with anything. There's nobody testing anything, so it might actually be resolved, and that is my hope. As this is a stressful situation for DRX, being down a game, had some draft discussion, and now just kind of waiting to put it all into practice here. Keeping your hands warm.
Yeah. Thanks. Thank you for the happy birthday wishes, guys. It is in
It's
about...
it's a bit early.
It's in about 29 or 30 days, actually. Won't be casting challengers on that day, so they're getting it in early, you know. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, this This is a common chat technique during breaks or pauses, is to say it's somebody's birthday.
Happy birthday, Wolf.
Thanks, chat. I just always say thanks and move on. DRX win 100%, someone in YouTube chat says. I would not say 100%.
You know
but
why
I
he
definitely
probably said
could.
that? Little peek behind the curtain, because probably after game 1, I would assume that the odds for Nongshim are not as good as the odds for DRX. So he's saying that in hopes that DRX will win, so that he can bet on the team that had better odds for him to win more. Even though DRX are now the underdog team after game 1.
I think he's just a DRX fan, Bellows. I don't know.
No, I'm pretty jaded by the challengers chat betters.
I think he just
actually
loves DRX. I think he's a big fan after watching Death's Last Dance last year, and he's just going to support the challengers team as well. Why you always have to assume the worst in people, Bellows? Why are you so toxic?
It's, you know, YouTube chat does it to me. I'm sorry.
You know
Hi, Atlas.
Somebody saying I look like the LOL emote. You know who that is, right? That's a very famous person.
Yeah. You should definitely know.
Have we gotten to a point where people don't know who the LOL emote is?
Yeah, we have.
Respect on his name.
Do people know who the what face emote is?
It's tough to say.
Oh.
We were just giving up on the headset, I guess.
All right. Well, the headset is dead. It's over. Valdez is a realist. He has been in the trenches. Yeah,
That's
definitely.
true.
I absolutely have. The trenches of YouTube chat.
Dead set. There we go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dead set radio future.
Buckets and Glove. I love how Buckets and Gloves is either in YouTube chat or Twitch chat. He's like in both most of the times.
I every time I type in YouTube chat, you guys don't answer me. Like I don't. Maybe it's because I don't have my like moderator sword, but you guys never answer me when I type in YouTube chat.
Apparently, I look like Bob Ross. Thanks, Flamenco Hero.
You like this emote. He doesn't say you look like it. He just says
Yeah,
you.
I like.
Oh,
I do like that emote.
Do you like Bob Ross?
I do
or do you
like that
like
emote.
you like Bob Ross?
Bob Ross is a great guy. He was a great influence onto a lot of young men and women growing up in that day and age back in the day, back when you guys weren't even born.
Welcome to the chat, Alcatraz.
He's
Automod
trying
is
his
holding
best.
you, but we see you. We see you.
Yeah.
Why am I typing a YouTube chat? Because the YouTube experience works better on my television when I'm at home.
Twitch is blocked at my work. Literally 1984. Yeah.
Really, 1984. True.
You should talk to Atlas about AFL. Get back to us when you guys pick a team.
The American Football League?
I guess so. I mean, what else is the AFL? Unless it's like the Africa League?
Yeah.
Probably not.
Africa Leaks?
It's Australian. Ah, the Australian Football League.
No, it's American. The American Football League. What?
What? Even
I didn't know Atlas was into the American Football League. Wow.
yeah. Is Australia real? I mean, is Australia real?
Yeah,
it's
like,
pretty far away from everywhere else in the
The
world. Like, can
AFL.
we be sure? Has anyone ever actually been as far as to do as look like? You know?
There's also the American Flag Football League, but I think that's the AFFL. I don't know if Atlas is into
The
that.
AF squared league. Just tell Atlas we are all St. Kilda Saints fans. What? Now, everyone in chat. No shot Australia is real. Imagine living with the funnel web spider. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel like they just made a bunch of random, like, creepy stuff to, like, keep people from going there, and it's not actually real.
All right, but you know what is real? The draft.
Draft music.
Yeah, Jace. They're just saying that was a problem we will not be dealing with.
And you know
a
what this
second
means?
time.
They're going to try to first pick Tristana.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Twitch chat's about to be so mad.
Although they did ban the Zaya, so maybe they are fishing for Kaisa instead. I don't think Nongshim should take the bait. I think Nongshim should be happy to pick the Tristana if they go Kaisa, and if they go Tristana, pick Kaisa, and have a different answer.
What's wrong with Twist dominates lane so hard? Yet, but people that were betting on DRX didn't like that Sitav had a rough game on it and that his team lost. So that's why, Denunciator, get with the program. Okay, they just banned it away. See, Gnome knows a lot more than the people in the chat, Wolf. Right?
Yeah, sure. All right, let's see. Nocturne gone again. The final ban here. I mean, if you're gonna ban Tristana, you better ban Kai'Sa also. But you could have banned. You could have banned neither of them and gotten 2 extra bans.
Wolf, it's 1-1.
I mean, it's a Maokai first pick for sure.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have Jace, so it doesn't feel as strong here as it could be. Oh, interesting. Going LeBlanc here pretty early on.
Yeah. That is
And
interesting.
it does really weaken the
Very
Nico pick.
interesting.
I actually think it's not that bad here. I've kind of come around
You're
after
the
watching
biggest
Chovy.
Maokai enjoyer ever.
I know, but after watching LeBlanc play by Chovy earlier on and in like week 9, I was like, okay, wait, this is still viable.
They're not even gonna play Maokai. They're just gonna pick Sejuani Jax and say, okay, never mind.
Well, I think that's
we don't
fine.
want Maokai.
I think it's actually fine. Clearly, these teams are going to prioritize the Sejuani a little bit higher here.
You know what they should have done is picked Sejuani Maokai. And that way, you can flex the Maokai or the Sejuani. And then if they take away Jax, you just play Renekton. I think it's okay.
Yeah. I think it doesn't budget you a lot of power early, though. It just denies your opponent a lot of power. Rel's going to come through. See what the takeaway here is going to be for AD carry, because you could lock that in early. Now, I was with it. I was with the LeBlanc going, all right, well, there's still some potential here. But you lock in the Cassante, and I'm like, none of this makes any sense. And they're going to lock in the Cassante, and pretty much none of this makes sense, to be honest about this.
Yeah, and Maokai is going to be ignored in a Challengers draft. Okay. Well, you know, the world isn't real. We're living in a simulation, and nothing makes sense. I don't think you should pick Renekton. The Rumble mid.
I think they were just
bad.
highlighting picks that make more sense than Cassante in this draft.
Yeah, maybe.
And then
You know,
locking
I
in
could see
here.
that. Yeah, that could work.
They're like, oh, you didn't pick any of these champs that could have saved this draft for you a little bit. Okay, so I'm being really critical here of the Cassante pick because I don't think it synergizes well with the Rel. I think LeBlanc works best when she can 1-3-1. Cassante, that's a big nope. That's not happening. That's not a thing.
Yeah.
So you're basically just opting into a low damage, half poke, half burst mage, whereas Azir's like, I can literally do everything. I do sustain damage, I do range damage, I have engage, I've got disengage, and you picked LeBlanc. Now I hate the LeBlanc Valdez. Like, I was ready to be like, well, let's see. And now we've seen, okay?
Yeah,
I'm
and at the
not
end of the
happy
day, Gnome they're like, yeah, Maokai's strong, but we could get some really good synergy and just work with Jax Sejuani, which, as a duo, may just be stronger than Maokai, especially if they're not going to pick it, which Gnome might have expected them to pick it, but maybe not as well. Either way, Maokai is not going to be selected yet. Gnome still have a chance to pick it for support if DRX don't ban it away, and I suspect that they're not going to, because I mean, Maokai support is it's good, but it's not really the same.
Yeah, it just doesn't have the same.
You do press R though.
It doesn't have the same stats, obviously, to be a frontliner. The R is still going to work. The vision is still going to work. Zeri taken away, I think that would have been the strongest pick here for Vital. And now I am curious what he's going to play, because Varus doesn't really suit this composition. Feels very risky. No. He's not doing it. He's not doing it.
He's laughing.
He's laughing.
Vital would never.
Aphelios is boring, but it works, you know?
Yeah, sure.
And I think that people hate on Aphelios way too much right now. I think he's very strong when he has the right setup. Still does tons of sustained damage. Jinx going to outrange him, and if they can get some resets potentially with his LeBlanc, maybe.
Jinx Melio in current year, current month?
I mean, it's still available. Could happen. Nautilus is banned, so feels pretty safe. All right. This is okay with me.
Yeah. It's okay with you.
Yeah, I'm all right with it.
It's okay with you, and you are okay with it.
I wonder if he just plays Lulu here?
Nah, just play Maokai.
I mean, I think both their options are very strong. The other option is to play Leona, but I don't like that as much in this draft. I don't think you need that follow-up to the Sejuani. But oh, don't do that! No, 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 no.
Okay, well, we hate the Braum here.
Yeah, what is the Braum actually good at in this draft? Blocking Jinx ult?
Yeah, I mean, I think he found the one angle. Like, literally, that's it. That's it. And yes, he can hold up a door, and if Jinx gets fed, sure. But it is terrible into Rel and Alistar.
And into Cassante, it doesn't feel very good either.
Into Cassante, it's terrible as well.
It's not useful
just
versus LeBlanc.
bad. There were so many better
No,
picks. You could have gone
everything-
Leona, you could have gone Maokai even.
Lulu is fine.
Yeah.
I mean,
Lulu's good. Lulu's
Maokai
great.
is fine. I would have taken a Karma here before.
Lulu's actually fantastic. I think Lulu is like the best pick. Maokai memes aside.
I'm a little bit sad about this, but otherwise, I do like the draft of Nongshim a lot better. The support is going to be a bit questionable. And Setab is going to have to play better than he did in Game 1 and set up a lot of picks here for Jinx to get excited. And Rel, you know, in this comp still feels pretty good. Looks really small in the champion portrait for some reason, but I think the Rel does make sense with all the other pieces. Maybe Sponge can set up Cassante for some big Q3s, maybe some Alistar knockups. It's going to have to be something like that. Otherwise, this comp just gets steamrolled, steamboated.
Steamboated. And Chronicler's in the chat. Yeah, Lulu Jax is really broken. Lulu's really good into all the engage. Wild Growth gets huge value. It's really good in the lane against Alistar. Like, Lulu was the big brain pick. You were right, Wolf. But instead, we're left with Braum. Once again, he's played 2 games of it. We'll see how Game 3 goes as we hop on to the Riftaruni.
I didn't do the meta.
I wanted to try it out. It was pretty good. I liked it. We had some good, I don't know what you call it. It's not harmonization because we're like saying it on the same note, but I'm an octave down. It was like a chord. It was like an octave chord.
You know about music stuff.
Kind of. It's been a while since I studied it though, so. And by a while, I mean like 20 years. Yeah. Don't remember much. I was the bass. Yeah.
He is
That is harmonization? Oh. Okay.
Okay. He's 1-1 on the Braum. You said it was 2 games. I was curious.
Mm-hmm.
Did a little stats check.
Braum and Sedge are quite cracked. Yeah, they are cracked and broken. Which it's weird because English works like this, where those two adjectives mean good things now. Like if you're cracked, it's like, wow, this guy is really insane. If you're broken, it's like, whoa, this champ is like way too overpowered. When actually, what I'm trying to say is that it's like broken into 2 pieces, so it's unusable. But I can't because it's 2023.
Yeah. I'm just gonna be
Looks
one
like
of those
anyway.
old people who stays away from young people, so I don't have to get angry about the change of language. If I just avoid the children,
You can't avoid the
can't
children when
annoy
you
me.
work in esports, Wolf. It's impossible.
hey, normally I don't read the chat, but this chat's been pretty good. I like this chat.
Yeah, we had some struggles with Game 1 and the Tristana issues, but hopefully Game 2 gets a little bit better.
Flamenco, we do see you, but I'm not gonna say I see you every time you ask me if I see you. As Frog has been a pretty successful Cassante user, 8-4. And obviously, DRX have a pretty good win rate in challengers, but man, this laning phase,
Okay.
we wish it to go better for Setab. It's going a lot better at this time. But yeah, the Cassante, though, 12 games of it to have that win rate, pretty impressive.
You're making me blush. Please take me to dinner first, please. Big Babu Rasu, he was, he said something in Australian that I couldn't understand earlier. I was hoping that Atlas would be here. He keeps hitting this exact chain in this exact same angle over and over. And Kami's like, he's very much by the book. He's positioning exactly the same every time and getting hit by the chain every time.
Yeah. and he is down teleport. Setab still has half his mana bar, so can stick around here and try to continue to aggressively trade to get further of an advantage. Call Me should be able to catch this wave pretty successfully. The problem with going for a Doran's Ring start is that you don't have the ability to really proc that to get your mana back either.
Why are you backing? Dive. Yeah. All right, they figured it out. But Vital is going to respect it. But yeah, just showing his face, spending a little bit of time. Deny some minions. Good stuff, good stuff. I got a crack out of the guy who said quick casters, red or black, which is essentially what all the bettors are like, who win game 2, are asking. Same angle here. Call Me is going to get hit by this chain again, and he doesn't seem to care too much.
Okay, they're trying to bait this.
Yeah. There's the clone.
Look at what happens when you actually start hitting things with your Sand Soldiers with Doran's Ring. He actually gets a ton of mana back. It's level 5. And he's like, nope, I'm actually doing things now. It's really hard, though, to play into this LeBlanc with how Setab has been playing it.
The engaged Braum doing huge damage. And the Glacial Synergy is too scary as, yeah, the LeBlanc's too far away. Pretty unfortunate. That was a nice timing from Sponge, but Setab just very low. Couldn't really get on into that fight.
Yeah, Sounda making a huge impact mid and then grabbing a flash bottom side. I don't know if Duckdom really needed to flash that there, but he flashed it just the same. And I just Chomper's setup there was scared that Sounda was maybe going to flash them and get on top of him, and was worried that there was enough damage to take him out. As Pleta with the Hex Flash dodge of the Q. I think that's what happened there. That was kind of weird. Did he flash earlier? It looked like he Hex flashed over that, but I'm not 100% sure. I hope that was what happened and he didn't just...
No, yeah, he flashed earlier.
Okay. That's right, yeah, he did flash.
Yeah,
he did flash actually when they came over. So yeah, 2 flashes.
Braum is a poke support. Well, I guess in the first, 4 levels of the lane, you are correct.
I mean, more than Alistair can poke because he has no ranged abilities, so...
Yeah. Braum is pretty good into like just a melee guy who's just going to be standing there not doing much, right? You can hold your door, he can knock you up into the air, you're like, okay, cool story.
Speaking of not
That's
doing
not
much,
why we don't... That's not why we dislike the Braum.
Yeah. Speaking of not doing much, he's just holding the wave for Vital again here. Taking some damage. Not actually going to be too far behind CS because Duckdom also had 2 back. Neither bot laner actually farming very well in this early game. They both did call starts. Reeves for attack speed for Jinx. She synergizes better with that than Aphelios does, so he's going to rush the BF sword for some additional stats, so he can hit a little bit harder every time he hits that Alistair. So, pretty early lead here for DRX, but it's not a game-breaking one. It's really just all in that mid lane with the forced teleport early. And Setab, he just continues to do this.
Just over and over.
I mean, Call Me just seems a little bit uncomfortable as well. Like,
missed.
He's got the wave put in a bad spot to where Call Me has to step up and he can't just zone with his Sand Soldiers.
The ganking Braum?
Standing beside him?
Q? Yeah, hit him with the Q. You see that huge damage? He's probably got 2 ranks in it already at level 4. Pretty big. Duckdom born 2000, the year 2000, as Ingo Setab once again gets pushed into the turret and gets first blood, but then immediately gets taken out. A nice trade, but that one will go in favor of Setab. I'll have to take a look at the lane, though, to see who it actually favors. As meanwhile, Sounda just taking a free Drake.
Yeah, looks like it's going to favor Setab. He gets the extra 100 gold, and the wave is pushing away from Call Me. Although, Call Me's teleport's coming up a little bit faster, so might be able to equalize that in a moment here as Call Me gets hit here, chunked down pretty significantly. Sand Soldier's not going to really protect him. He goes back to this clone with the ultimate. Yes, he gets in, but he flashes to get the extra auto damage off just in time. Very close, though.
Yeah. I mean, he has to use the flash to make something of it, but also Call Me does. And it's a good trade at the end of the day for Setab. A nice setup.
Yeah, and he gets the first blood advantage out of that, as he also is playing into that chapter now, the Lost Chapter, better spike, but oh man, he's just getting chunked.
Yeah.
And he dodges the soldiers. This guy is just killing it after what was a relatively weak game 1.
Mm-hmm. That's why you never underestimate the ability of a Challengers player to turn things around. Unfortunately, it does mean that that is one of the reasons why some of these players are in Challengers. Like, Setab is a fantastic player, and at his high highs, we could definitely see him on a similar level as a lot of LCK mids, but can he continue consistently with those high highs all the time? No, not as much as LCK mids at least, and that's why he is down here.
He just really knows how to play around these Sand Soldiers. Like, it's honestly kind of amazing to watch how well he's playing out this matchup, because you can get ahead as LeBlanc in this one, but not this end. Like, this is a gapping.
The Jinx help from bot lane? That was crazy, as HH is trying to engage a little bit too hard on this engage Braum. He's going to get crashed down and pushed back, doesn't even get a chance to flash. So that's a free kill handed over to Setab.
Yeah. Vital here also in a little bit of trouble, but does have his ultimate. Sponge also here. Let's see how well he can play this one out. They're not going to commit, even though no one's here. Mihail could have teleported to the turret. That could have been disastrous for them, I suppose, if they wanted to hard dive it. So I think better of it. He will teleport topside instead. Setab's going to pick up a plate with Demolish that he went on this LeBlanc. That's how confident he was going to dunk on Call Me With. Plus, side lane LeBlanc without a 1-3-1 setup in this draft. Definitely going to get more out of it with Demolish. Can he get punished, though? How good's your ult aim here? He's not even going to commit.
If you were going to do it, you had to do it after he dashed the first time, but he might have had ult up. So, and he probably did, based on the fact that they weren't fighting for a while. So now Sounda just going to start the Rift Herald. He says, well, my lanes are not really in a good spot. I'm just going to take all the objectives instead. And that can be nice for trying to get your team back in it. But let's see how it goes.
So awkward extra gold he picked up here instead of just getting a component for his second item. See what he ends up building. It's been a while since we've seen LeBlanc. He just grabs Dark Seal, and he's really feeling himself. And I think he should be with how well he's played this early laning phase. The entire game has been about him, frankly. And obviously bottom side here, the Braum hasn't done any favors for Vital just yet, outside of a few Q pokes. He's just kind of been leaving Vital to his own devices, trying to patch the hole that is Call Me's early game here. As does not ult the LeBlanc this time. That was the wise choice.
It's very annoying to play into LeBlanc. That can always hop back as the chains just continue to hit over and over and over and over again. Call Me is really taking a beating, as we haven't looked too much at the top lane, as Sounda has not really showed a lot of attention up here. You know, he's just been taking the objectives down, but not a lot of Jack Sejuani synergy just yet.
Yeah, trying to grab this plate, but he's not going to be able to. Like, one or two more ranged minion attacks would have done it, but not yet. Okay, Jinx ult.
Okay.
I love how much DRX are just committing to making sure Setab continues to stay ahead here. And Call Me, they know he doesn't have TP.
He's in again, just going to be pushed away, but the chain's landing. Setab is getting engaged upon, but Pleta, or rather Sponge from the jungle, trying to come in here and zone away Sounda, and will do exactly that. Quote-unquote blocks the ultimate. We'll give him credit for it. And yeah, nothing really amounts of it. Everybody gets away.
Yeah, everybody gets out. Still, though, you know, okay, teleport committed for this one. I don't think they can get him.
They did stun him, though.
I guess so. It's going to be an awkward moment here for DRX, but they're like, yeah, no, hold on, I TP'd because I'm going to push this wave real fast to get the Drake, and it's worth it. And I guess at the end of the day, you know, it's not going to cost them anything. Not yet.
Yeah, no Emperor's Divide this time, as he's going very deep. But again, there's not much that Sounda can do. He's just going to drop this in here. Setab, unfortunately, does get a little bit too close to the stun. Sun, rather, as Sounda is going to eat all of those plates, though.
Okay, that's the Drake going over. Almost punished in mid. Was Setab, does have to flash. Ult. Gonna miss. And that's the end of that. 30 CS behind, though, is Call Me. And that's the big story for me in this game. The fact that he's trying to be relevant, but he is just so far going to be a nothing for his team. Like, I was going to say he's just going to be a disengaged button, but I don't even know if that's really true anymore in this game for now. as, you know, when we get to some of these later team fights, the Aphelios is very vulnerable into Rel, and even Cassante before the Aphelios gets big. And the LeBlanc, who's massively far ahead, is going to be able to put the hurt on stop. And almost at this point, you wonder if, like, Satab had actually just built Ludens, maybe it'd be in an even better spot. Like, because it's like, well, I got a huge lead to get Shiv and Sorkshiz.
Yeah.
Doesn't really feel that great. He's still continuing to push that lead, but I feel like he could have pushed it even harder if he had just itemized for old style LeBlanc and not this kind of new side lane weird poke LeBlanc thing that we've been living through this year.
I mean, as long as he plays well towards it, I think it's fine. But if we see him like trying to do some insane poke stuff on the side in like 5v5 team fights, and then he like doesn't really have a big effect, then yeah, you might as well just go AP. As there is no Drake, but just hanging around in the river here and looking for a 3v3, it looks like. Pleta on top, literally standing on top of a ward, has no idea. He's going to engage onto Sounda, who makes his, okay, not going to be able to dash over the wall. Not sure why he showed himself here. Might have to flash away, as he'll hold on to that for now. We got TP coming in. Gnomeshin maybe trying to bait this fight out as the Magnus Storm. They're just going to leave Sponge to himself, as, you know, the door was held for the Jinx ultimate. Huge, actually, as Duckdom now no summoners is just going to be left to the Wolves. And Gnomeshin once again playing better as a team. They stick together, and Mihail comes in to dunk with the TP.
TP advantage for the Jax is huge here, as Frog is going to commit to trying to get some additional damage done here, but the plates have already fallen off, so doesn't really feel like he gets anything out of the play, but was never going to make an impact as Cassante walking down that from that far away. And even Sounda going to steal away this red buff here, give him the thumbs
Hit him
up.
with the faker.
Yeah, there you go. And over here, like, Sounda gets blocked out, but then they overextend here, trying to force this. Palmy gets a ton of free damage onto Satab. And yeah, it's Sejuani, and like, the fact that Satab takes turret shots and then some additional shots here, the Sand Soldiers that are already pre-placed, means that he can't make an impact in this fight either. If he was AP, maybe he could have, but not with Shiv. And then Duckdom just gets left out here, because if they try to save him, it's going to be 2 kills, not 1. They give the kill over to the Jax. And a lot of summoners exchanged. But at the end of the day, massively favoring Nongshim, who are kind of back in this one now. And the Azir, still significantly down on CS. Went Leandries, though, can just play a little bit low econ. Might not matter, ultimately, at the end of the day. I think it's going to matter a little bit longer, but it might not at the end of the day, like I said.
Yeah, at the end of the day, like right now, it's still mattering a little bit. DRX still know their win con. They are hard engaging. And not only that, they hard engaged onto the Sejuani. So, yeah, I do kind of agree with you there. A bit of an issue, as, you know, you'll try to get Satab in a side lane, but now Nongshim have their own great side laner. It's not quite LeBlanc, but they have the Jax online. Has the kill, is going to be looking for that second item. Maybe a Black Cleaver. Maybe just the spear once again. But we'll have to wait and see. As he's just going to sit in bottom lane after TPing down there for the fight. Nongshim now looking to maybe fight this 4v5 if Frog does TP in.
Now, let's see. Okay, Mihail walking up slowly. And this Herald is now going to reset. They're going to commit the teleport here. Frog finally has that back.
And again, they're going to engage onto the Sejuani. Sounda's like, cool story. I mean, they're using everything to try to kill him, and Sounda's still not dead as a huge wombo combo does come in, but Call Me as well, not going to layer that damage, and, you know, eventually it does work as Vital will be pushed away, but Mihail is going to pick up a kill, does hop over to HH, perfect positioning there. So Mihail's still in a little bit of trouble here. Looks like he might be taken down. No counter-strike, as that is another kill, as Duckdom does 5,000 damage in the fight.
Yeah, I think I want to watch this replay because I'm not entirely sure why Vital got chunked out so low. But without his damage, it doesn't matter if Sejuani tanks everything, they just can't offer anything back. And Palmy does have a decent ultimate here, so when Sounda gets engaged on, is it just Satab getting in here? A little bit of poke. How does Vital get solo? He walks up here. And, okay, just gets Frog jumped on, and then bam. Yeah, that's just so much damage from the AoE. Like, basically, Duckdom had his rockets hitting the entire team there on that Rel re-engage. And if he actually lives longer there or has a little bit more space to work with, then I think he'll do quite a bit of damage himself. But just too low range here, and Yeah, Sejuani took a ton of damage, but they didn't commit everything to it as we have a pause. So hopefully it's not a Sponge headset issue or anything like that.
Please no. Yeah. I thought the Braum, you know, actually got a lot of value in that one. They were all grouped up, and it ended up getting value because of that, as it does seem to be maybe an HH issue once again, which would be kind of unfortunate. But let's see what it ends up being here, as the refs will all crowd around the Nongshim support player.
Yeah, it's a HH headset issue again. Confirmed. From Yundo. So, hopefully this does not become a recurring issue, especially in this game state for Nongshim, where they did lose that last fight pretty handily. And the Azir ultimate definitely left a lot to be desired. And what's so weird about this to me is that Setab is a really good Azir player, actually. Like, in my experience, it's one of his best champions. He's very proficient at it. Maybe a little bit mental boomed by the fact that his laning phase went so poorly and he did get outplayed. But I don't know. I think the... I'm sorry, I'm mentioning Setab, but I meant to say Call Me, but my same point stands. Like, he's not having a great game on this pick. And, you know, he's low econ because he has no money from the minions he was denied. He doesn't have more than that single kill he picked up. He's 1,500 gold behind. That last ultimate in the team fight wasn't great. And needs to turn it around, but we said the same thing about Setab. I think this performance, though, much worse, unfortunately, for Call Me than Setab's on Tristan of the last game.
Yeah, you also can't go Crown because he's playing into LeBlanc, so not able to build that very strong item. And Sounda is going to be left alone. Does have... Oh, God. No, Sponge is going to jump in and steal it away.
He sponged it.
Yeah, sponged all over him. Sounda just taking blasts in the back as he does run away. As the timing of that, very unfortunate. As Nongshim tried to rush it down, and it did not work.
Well, trying to turn something around here. Another awkward Emperor's Divide gonna help him disengage, let's say. And this is looking pretty rough. Looking like we might be going to a 1-1 here. It's just there's no room to speak of here for Nongshim whatsoever in this one.
Sponge even throwing in emotes as another crash of the Rift Herald. It's going to be thrown in.
I mean, this is a 4,000 gold lead here at 19 minutes in. It is starting to look disastrous.
Yeah.
And it's a 2-item Jinx, so as Kraken Slayer, they do have a kind of awkward build here with the LeBlanc doing the Night Harvester and Shiv, but Baron, you know, around 22, 23 minutes, if this lead continues and the Jax doesn't have a side lane angle, I mean, that might be what allows them to start taking out these inhibitor turrets. Like, that's how big of a lead they have, how much they've done in that mid push already. Starting to really add up.
Yeah.
Call Me has only played 3 games of Azir this season. He's 2-1. But might be 2-2 after this one. We'll see if something doesn't change. And yeah, getting the zoom in. I think, you know, going for Merc Treads as well, going to really hurt his damage output.
Yeah, but you have to.
I mean, yeah, it's non-negotiable in this draft, unfortunately. Can't catch that pesky little block. And that Nautilus ban, I feel like, was really so smart for DRX. I mean, pretty obvious, but yeah. The fact that HH couldn't play that to lock this LeBlanc down was one of the best options they had left remaining to catch her, and now she just has free reign for the rest of this game with the lead that she has.
Yeah, I feel like right now for Nongshim, their only hope is the Jax, and even that lane isn't...
dead.
Yeah, he's really trying his best to trade with him for some reason. The Sounda now just going to flash away. And, yeah.
That was bizarre. Like, he could have Emperor's divided towards his teammates. He doesn't have flash, but maybe waiting for his teammates to come a little bit closer and then baited him into the ult. Like, that's what he was thinking of.
Sounda with the steal.
Let's see.
He is going to be rooted up as Satab, as now he's just going to hop back. As LeBlanc, maybe they take him down. He's just going to hop over the wall. Still an angle here. They're not really zoning away sound at this point, although the flash and the knockdown is huge from Pleta. Going to keep him out of the pit, and that will be Baron here for the side of DRX. TP's coming in. I think Pleta will be very happy to just give him up as a sacrifice. And they got Baron on 4 people.
Yeah, so I thought it was going to be, you know, about 22.5. They got it a little bit earlier than I thought, but they had so much map control. They get it pretty quickly here, and honestly, when Mihail had that angle onto Satab after, okay, are they going to get more? No, right?
A little bit more.
A little bit. But if they had that angle, Mihail actually has flash over Satab. They know his flash was down, and he's gone back to his clone. I think if he flashes the wall there, that's the only way Sounda maybe has an opportunity to actually steal that Baron. If Mihail gets in there, kills LeBlanc, and he's in a pit, you know, trying to do some damage and trying to make it really awkward there for DRX, but they still don't really have a lot of vision. If I remember correctly, I don't think they had a controller in the pit. We'll see in the replay, but didn't commit. And then
no.
Pleta was just playing God tier Alistair there to play keep away at the last moments after the Jax didn't commit. So this one might just be all over but the crying, as I like to say. It's you know, bit of a sad turn of events here for Nongshim after what was such a fantastic game 1, but this one is even more one-sided than the last.
Yeah. This is the way it goes sometimes. Even in the LCK, we had a lot of best of 5s where game 1 was heavily won by one team, and then, you know, just picked up pretty easily by the team that lost game 1 in game 2. So, no difference here. Mihail is still trying his best. I mean, this is what you got to do. Unfortunately, it just feels like the game kind of fell away too fast for it to really matter. Yes, he can bully Frog here a lot, but the rest of his team is getting bullied on the bottom side of the map. There's the siege here quite strong, even with just Jinx and LeBlanc. Trying to throw in an ult just to keep them off the turret. They do throw up the Sun Disc, which will delay for just a bit.
I feel like those who were doubting Satab in the last game, pretty quiet right now. Pretty silent. A little quiet time in game 2. As this is going to be a Mountain Soul point here picked up for DRX. As yes, some gold was picked up there on the top side by Mihail, but they were able to take out that inhibitor turret. Not the inhibitor though, as the Baron will wear off here in 30 seconds. That's going to be the majority of its damage gone now. Not the biggest power play we've ever seen, but again, part of that because of Mihail grabbing that bounty on top side. And the issues that we had before the Baron was taken are still there. They still apply. It's just this LeBlanc is so big, is rushing down that Void Staff now, has 4 stacks of Dark Seal.
Yeah, 2 Mountain Drake's really going to help as well. Just not a lot of penetration for the Azir specifically, and we're pretty far away from Aphelios getting any of his own, although he could go for its second item. I kind of doubt that he will, but let's see. This, you know, it's still challengers. If DRX kind of sit around and take too long to end the game, there still is a chance for something to go wrong. Like if for 4 minutes, let's say, Mihail's just pushing the side lane, you know, he's going to get Hull Breaker, he's just going to be there. Because we have a very deep TP coming in. As LeBlanc and Alistair, you see on the map, are just not here, as they don't have any idea where Mihail even came from. But Duckdom just going to hop on over down to the bottom side,
play from
and
Sponge.
they just get away.
Sponge just says no. He's going to commit his ultimate to make sure Duckdom gets out. That was really well played. Duckdom doesn't even have to flash. They get a teleport out of this. They get the Jax ult. And yeah, I mean, you had to use your Rel ultimate there, but you feel amazing about the trade you just got. You also then pulled the Jax out of the bottom lane where he was pushing, like you were saying. Mihail's had a pretty fantastic year, and the natural enemy of challengers teams in playoffs has always been that Nongshim Jax that's behind, but he's still pushing, right? Well, it used to be Din Din, it's Mihail now, and got to be aware of it, got to be a little bit afraid of it. And like you say, that I think is going to be how Nongshim get back to this game if they do, especially if he does end up finishing a Hull Breaker. And, you know, so far, still a ways away from really any sort of Jax game-ending threat. Nongshim will have to win one more neutral objective before I think that we can have that conversation. Yeah. Notably this next Drake in 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, you have to fight over that. I mean, 3 Mountain Drake, Mountain Soul for DRX would almost definitely be the nail in the coffin, especially with the Jinx this fed. Doesn't matter really what you have in the mid lane. Even, you know, with Setab being as fed as he is, you could have maybe looked for like a LeBlanc and a team fight Keck W angle, but I don't think that's even going to come true either. As over the wall goes Duck Dom, Sounda is going in, as Call Me going to eat a huge chunk already, and Sounda as well. A lot of focus onto the Sejuani, but there's nobody really else to focus, so might as well just chunk them both out. And yeah, just going to take them both away.
Yeah, I'm happy to say about, well, not really happy to say, but I'm at this point comfortable saying I don't think we should be focusing on Sejuani in these drafts. Not like in terms of focusing her in team fights, but just how both these teams have played around their Sejuani so far has left me a little bit wanting.
Or didn't play around their Sejuani.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The lack of utilization of all of this draft's power, and like, look, Call Me had such a tough one that they had to really index into trying to save him. It did not work out, as HH is now a little bit vulnerable. He should be fine, right?
It's okay, he's going to hold up the door.
Okay. How many points you got in that?
Probably 1.
That's what it looked
Maybe
like.
2? Okay, they're going to engage on the Setab, but where's the follow? Just not here. Mihail thinking about getting over the wall, decides against it. As the TP is coming in, Call Me is going to knock 2 people up and then die. So that's the end of him. That's the end of Sounda. And it looks like DRX should be able to get this Baron for free, alongside of, you know, a couple of free kills.
I got to be critical of Mihail in this moment. Like, last time I said he could have flashed into the pit. That's your Hail Mary play. You're super far behind. Maybe that's it.
Yeah.
This time, like, he had 2 huge opportunities for massive counter strikes on the entire team with his flash, and decided to kill Krug and then lose flash in the subsequent fight. And then
What? That killed him.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Look at the BF sword also that Duck Dom's got in his inventory. He's hurts a lot with these ults. So, I obviously the side lane was good. The attempted teleport kill topside was a good idea. Duck Dom got out though, unfortunately. Sponge saved him, but the Jax needs to fight in these types of situations when he's got an opportunity for a big counter-strike. He just didn't take it. And I think that was one of the only ways that fight was ever going to be viable for Nongshim, as like a 3-man stun. But he just watched it all go down.
Yeah, Nongshim are, unfortunately, they're utilizing the, you know, well, I don't know if they are really utilizing it. Like, some of the players are utilizing, we're just going to stand here and do nothing and lose. Other players are like, I'm going to send it, okay? Like, it doesn't seem like we're all on the same page here as Nongshim and DRX.
Okay.
They're doing pretty well with their lead.
Watch Mihail in this fight. He is level 16. They're grouped. He's over the wall counter-strike. Decides, nah, I'm not going in. Okay, grouped again is 4 now. Has flash. Used his counter-strike, doesn't have it. Still could have gone in there, try to channel it, try to peel, look for another counter-strike. It's on a lower cooldown at this point in the game. Doesn't do it. Like, he channeled the counter-strike. I think if you hit that 3-man, it's not necessarily going to save the game, but it looks a lot better than what it looked like just there. Now, Soul going over. And, I mean, this one is... It was definitely pretty over last time we had this conversation, but I think the tears are rolling down. This one.
It's Drixover. Get it? DRX.
Doctor's over.
Yeah.
Doctor's over showing
The
up.
doctor's orders. Dr. X has decided that you will have 1 game of bed rest while we take the win. Well, he just walked onto the choppers, and now he's dead. Okay. Well, DRX is going to take this game number 2 down. Not a very competitive one, hence our tone. But, yeah, going to make the series pretty interesting. We'll see where we go from here, as the Nexus is going to be taken out, and DRX will tie up the series.
All right. Pretty one-sided affair here to tie our series up. And it just goes to show that certain matchups for these Challengers players are way more comfortable than others. Watch this final fight once more. Chompers go down, and then Sponge on the follow-up engage with the Alistair. Bam. That is a dead Azir. And he was as invisible in this fight as he was all game, because he was just... I mean, he was more than invisible, I'll be honest, because he was pulling resources, because he was getting crushed by Setab so hard. That bot fell apart, that Sejuani couldn't go top, and it was kind of a disaster.
You can see that the The amount of damage done by the LeBlanc and the Jinx just outscales literally everybody. Even, like, the top lane didn't end up mattering at all. Like, Frog kind of stood there, took it, and wasn't even a factor in team fights. Like, it just ended up being like Rahel would ult, Alistair would hop on in there, and then like Jinx and LeBlanc would blow up your whole team for like the 1 or 2 team fights we had in this one.
Yeah, it's like, it doesn't mean that the Cassante was good, but like that they won this game, but they won it without him. Yeah, they won it without him. And we watched, unfortunately, no real frontline for this Aphelios. There was the one team fight they almost were able to take on that second Herald, but that was, I think, their last chance. Ultimate not great there from Call Me, and Satab's experience really showing through here, I think, and his understanding of a bit of an older champion and playing it in a different way. It's pretty cool. LeBlanc absolutely being pivotal, and I didn't think that was necessarily going to be the case with how this draft worked out, but it was just lane dominance that won DRX this game.
Yeah, absolutely. You do get this more often in a Challenger League setting, and we did get it here. As there might be some Duckdown votes. I feel like there might be a couple of stragglers out there, but I would assume that good old mid Satab will pick it up. And there it is, solo kill 2, and a whole heaping helping of damage.
I mean, on Shiv LeBlanc, 943 DPM, that's kind of, is that allowed?
Yes.
And he also, and it wasn't because like he was bouncing Shiv damage in every team fight. You just did a ton of auto attacks onto the enemy Azir and also onto the enemy Sejuani. He did so much damage this game, 40% of his team's damage. Obviously, Cassante did almost 0, so that is going to be a high number, but it was just him and Duckdom. Duckdom also supporting him with ultimates, and they looked way more comfortable with this comp than the last one.
That they did. A much better game this time around for DRX, as the DRX Predators get one in their column as well. But the 3-0 not going to happen either direction. And we do have a series on our hands. I can see it. If I look at my hand, I see it there. I'm like, okay, the series is there. And I think that next time, LeBlanc will be banned. Because Call Me looked very uncomfortable against it. Satab looked great on it. That's just a combination that will eventually lead to a win or a loss for one team or the other. But guys, we are done for now. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Hello, mates. We're here back for game number 3. We're all tied up 1-1. The series is on our hands. You can see it right here. We don't have legs like those other casters. I don't know why they would show that.
We're mostly back. It looks like
Yeah.
Mihail was not back, actually. His chair was empty. So
Okay,
we'll
we are
hang out
back.
for a minute until he gets back.
They aren't back, but it's okay. We're here. We're ready to go. Waiting for the players to get on to the Rift for game 3. So I think ban LeBlanc. Maybe don't pick Sejuani. Zach was kind of cool. Is that what we're taking so far from the series?
I think the Jace ban was fantastic adaptation, and then the Tristana ban, like, they wasted 2 bans in that. They banned Kai'Sa and Tristana instead of being like, let's trade. They wasted those 2. Maokai wasn't prioritized, but then the LeBlanc came through, and then they could draft exactly how they wanted. We didn't love the draft that much, the first half of things for the side of DRX, but we'll see what they do here. As Nongshim's going to go back to blue side, unsurprisingly. I think that, you know, maybe leaving Tristana open might be the way to go and have another answer to that, or just prioritize the Maokai. Like Sejuani, I'd like to see it go a little bit down right now in this prio.
Yeah, I mean, the Sejuani itself is a strong champ. It has a lot of synergy with the melee champs, but unfortunately, they weren't really able to use either of those strengths too much. So at the end of the day, if it's not working out, just try something else. Maybe ban it away if you still feel like it's strong, but don't play it yourself. We've seen that sometimes, especially on the blue side. Let's see how game number 3 looks like. As if Nongshim did not mental boom with game 2, then we are going to game 5. At the start of the day, we said, this one's going the distance. We expected it to. We didn't really expect the first series yesterday to go the distance, but it did. Well, I mean, after game 2.
Oh, yeah.
Right? We were like, okay, well, Life Esports got this, and then we got like a surprise Silver Scrapes. This one is kind of going the way we expected.
Yeah, this one, like I
said,
said, if you guys weren't here, I was like, I expect this one's going to go 1-1 to 1 to 1 to 1. You know, like the final game's going to come through. Well, that's an angry poodle right there.
Whoa. The last train home is at 8. I believe today is a holiday.
It is. It's 8:15, Independence Day.
Yep, Korean Independence Day. So, you know, some earlier last trains home. So they're hoping for a 3-1 so she can catch it. LeBlanc ban incoming. Would not be surprised. As there we go. We're in. Poppy.
Poppy's banned, but I think that LeBlanc might get a look. We'll see what DRX bans back themselves. They're going to keep that Jace ban. I think this is very smart. I wasn't 100% sure about it after game 1 when they locked it in. And you and I were both kind of like, they thought Jace was the problem, but Maokai also going to be banned. And now you can choose to take away the LeBlanc here as Nongshim and look for the Kai'Sa if you would like that. Alternatively, yeah, that's what it looks like they're going to do. You're going to get either Tristana or LeBlanc.
Zach?
Looks like we're trading, sorry, Kai'Sa or the Tristana. And yeah, the Zach ban, a lot of respect. Call me. This time we'll pick up Tristana.
Yeah, I think that's okay. Duckdom on Kai'Sa sounds very scary.
They can go just
Jack
Xayah,
Sejuani.
Jack Sejuani. I am not, like, just because it's good doesn't mean that you can use it, you know? Like, we'll see how they play
Are they
this
not
one out.
proficient with that weapon?
I would say
I've been
maybe
playing a lot of
few more
Baldur's
levels.
Gate 3, you know?
A few more levels might be needed.
Yeah.
As you have given over the Tristana and Kai'Sa, which I think is fine. They'll probably lock Xayah here on 3. Yeah, it's going to be a Xayah on 3 for Duckdom. That's not it. That's Satab's Zir coming through.
What? I mean, I think that's
okay.
That's okay for Seta, but like now Xayah gets banned away.
And Zeri gets banned away as well.
Zeri gets banned away. So what do you have to play like Aphelios into this?
That's probably what they're going to do. It's Duckdom's Aphelios.
You gonna play like Mila? Draven? Jhin?
I think this Lilia ban is insanely weak here. I mean, Sound is a good Lilia player, but they are probably not planning on playing that with this draft necessarily. They don't need to either. Obviously, if you rail Magnet Storm into a sleep, you can win the fight, but there's Xayah, and then Zeri's going to go. Let's see what this final ban for DRX is going to be. I'd like to see a ban on some additional safe top lanes, like maybe Renekton. You know, could see a look here. Cassante,
Yeah.
I don't think you want to touch. I don't think Nongshim care about Cassante in this draft. Vi, okay, that's fair. I'll take that one.
Yeah. Vi's nice. You know, you don't want to have to deal with Vi and Rel. Rakan,
Well, Ducktom's like, I'm playing Zeri. Cool.
yeah, I don't
The coach comes over and
really
he's like,
get it.
Duckers, you're playing Zeri. He's like, what about these other picks? What about my Aphelios? He's like,
Zeri.
you're playing Zeri.
You can pick it next time.
And then he's like about to lock in. He's like, no, we're gonna pick Alistar first so we can deny the rel engages. But you're playing Zeri.
Ducker Z,
Yeah. You gotta put the Z capitalized, guys. Come on.
Frankers,
Rankers?
Malrits. No, Maokai was banned this game.
It seems like a pretty easy Renekton angle for me, but they want to just have the safe
That's nice.
counter into the Jax. Gonna give you some magic damage. Kaisa probably gonna go for the AP build, but doesn't necessarily have to. Final pick here, going to be for the jungle.
He's gonna pick Braum.
Nautilus is pretty good. Nautilus is pretty solid here. Finally left open, very high win rate.
Yeah, expecting a Zeri. I think it's a good pick. Insane amounts of engage. Frontline for your 280 carries.
Pleta, Ducktom has already been informed. He's playing Zeri. You're gonna have to lock it in.
Maybe they'll pick something else because of Nautilus? I don't know what else you would pick though.
I mean, it's just
nothing
Aphelios
is
with Zeri,
safer.
right? Like,
Yeah.
Otherwise, okay, Sivir.
Yeah, okay.
Sivir, pretty decent here.
Yeah, I mean, you got Jax. So, triple threat, essentially. You don't have to go like super hyper carry and Sivir can survive a bit better.
Here's
okay.
my problem with the Sivir is that, like, if you compare Aphelios, who has his red gun, which is gonna sever him, you can actually heal through a lot of damage and kind of sustain his way through team fights if they're trying to collapse on him and he's got a little bit disengaged with the Alistar. Sivir has spell shield, but if she gets got, she gets got. You know what I mean? Then she's not going to be able to fight her way out of it in most situations. It's really awkward to build her into a bruiser type 80 carry in this situation versus this much burst and hard engage. So a little bit worried about that. And what you get from the Zeri, obviously, is that it's almost impossible to get on top of her because she just sits super far back and finishes the fight when that Azir sitting on the Nashor's Tooth starts hitting at people, and then Jax gets in there. You've got a great front line for the Zeri to come in last. So we're just kind of feel like an awkward middle ground here, but what she's fantastic at, I think, is 1-3-1, where she's in the 3. The Jax is hard pushing topside, or even just 4-1. She's really good there too. So that is, I think, why they ultimately decided to put Ducktom on this pick. Let's see if it ends up hurting team fights, or if he's just going to position really well and it won't matter. You know, that's another thing. She's fairly low range, but she can kind of clean up team fights once the Kaisa goes in. If she dies, or if the Tristana gets blown up or pushed away by an Azir, Sivir can do big damage.
To follow up on that, I do have to say that Koreans do drive on the right side of the road. I shouldn't say Korean, I just mean people in Korea that are driving, including myself and you.
Yeah,
We drive on the right side of the road.
mostly.
Yeah, really would have liked the Zeri, but instead we got Sivir. And it's challengers. Here we go. Hopping out of the rift for game number 3.
I don't know why the crowd mic's so quiet, but it's really quiet.
강철의 몸, 강철의 의지. 세상에서 제일 행복하지 뭐야.
Well, what is it?
Well, okay, we got to hear from Rel. Thank you for your input. Rel?
Well, she asked what the happiest thing in life was. She didn't say it.
I think it's when you drive to work and there's no traffic in Seoul.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's the happiest thing in life.
PTA Sivir, by the way. And yeah, it's pretty decent. You know, when there's no traffic. Pretty rare, but it does happen. You know, when we were doing Worlds and MSI broadcasts from Korea at LOL Park, That was one of the only times I drove to work with like no traffic because we were broadcasting so late. It was pretty nice. And then going home like literally the only person on the road. Yeah, that was cool.
It's nice.
I don't know if it's the happiest thing in life, but it was definitely a big plus, I'd say.
Happiest thing in life is spending an afternoon with the wonderful LCK casters, nodders. Thank you, Denunciator. Unfortunately, we are LCK Challenger League casters and not LCK casters, so...
I think we are LCK casters.
LCK CL casters.
But we're also LCK casters. Like, we cast LCK also.
Yeah, but not right now.
But that doesn't mean we're not LCK casters.
I mean, currently we're not.
Unless you just quit and didn't tell me. And that would mean only you are, because I didn't quit. Unless I got fired and you didn't tell me either. Oh, no.
Don't tell him, chat. Not AI casters. We are. I mean, the LCK uses AI. As Big Burst, Boom Boom in the bottom lane.
Good old Alistair level 1. And by good old, I mean he basically doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's why Lulu is so good. Here is Sounda. Just coming into Salo. Rel is very good at this, and the smite was too early from Sponge. Unfortunate for him, as now he's down on health, and he's for some reason taking the straight, trying to land the permafrost, and Sponge is going to dash away.
He like realized that the red buff didn't go to him, and he was like, wait, this is bad. And Jax can come back him up, but he really needs to, and this is going to take away some of Frog's lane pressure. And this is all going bad for DRX here in this early game, as Mihail's got the wave frozen here now into this turret.
At least he didn't lose the XP from that one ranged minion, and Frog got the level up. Still not great. And it is going to be Sounda who just moves away. I suppose just able to utilize the priority from Call Me. He's trying to get revenge for game 2.
Yeah, he might get double scuttle. There is a ping actually directly onto it. So I hear for Sounda, and it looks like he is going to make that play for it. Call Me has enough mana here to continue to put on the pressure. And just going to go ahead and commit. Easy peasy. Roll does so much damage. Chunk caps. It's actually so silly.
Oh, getting in there.
He did.
And Explosion, does it get him? Sitab down. First blood. Call Me. Does a little Pengu dab for the viewers.
Man, mid is just so important in this matchup tonight. Like, it is just on a knife's edge in this early level, on these early levels, but Call Me did it in game 1. Sitab did it to him in game 2, and now in game 3 we're back to, I guess, blue side power here at the Tristana, this time for Call Me. Really putting the hurt on, and the shield here is not enough, and because he uses it and doesn't have it for the explosive charge, like, what's that flash? Bit of a peculiar one there, as that's not going to get the charge off of you. And Sitab, not feeling too great about how that one went, and now the pressure is going to be real, as Call Me can go ahead and put these charges in, and then step out of the Sand Soldiers. Mihail also getting some really nice trades up here. I don't know if he went Scorch or not, but...
It's just the AP Gragas into Jack's way, as he is taking some big chunks out of that Jax early on, who doesn't really stand up to this Gragas.
Frogs just goes straight into the final part of that Q as well. That's fully charged to try to look for the trade, and eats a huge chunk of damage. I see Valdez is destroying nerds in the chat.
Yeah, calling any of our players trash just gets you auto bans. That should be pretty pretty obvious, but some people don't get it.
Some people don't know.
Getting in there again is Call Me. This, oh, he nearly kills him as he hits level 6 going into that trade. And now I'm a super low health bar here, and Sponge is like, I can't do anything at this moment. He is going to come out now, but Call Me has another leap, so he's just trying to take a plate, and I guess Sponge denies that, but still a big win for Nongshim in the mid lane once again.
Yeah, I thought they were going to commit to trying to kill him with this Rel, and I was very concerned about what could have happened there with Sitab hitting 6, but they don't commit. They're just going to look to start up the Drake here with this additional prio. They have bottom side, and so we're not able to clear this one out just yet. Not that much wave clear in this early game, and Sounda just really dominating this early game in terms of the impact he's made on the Rift versus his counterpart in Sejuani. A trend that seems to continue here in this best of 5.
Yeah.
And when mid is so important, maybe drafting for mid jungle rather than top jungle. That might be the read from me, Valdez.
Yeah.
Is Calmy going to pick up some plate?
Top
money?
didn't really matter in game 2. Game 1, nope.
Not really. No.
There was like some of the trading with the Rumble and stuff like that, but it didn't really end up mattering as much as the other lanes, even so. As a flash comes in, we do have Vital in a little bit of trouble. Does have to cleanse the stun coming out as HH's doing a good job of zoning away Duck Dom as well, as now maybe this trade going against the flow of play as DRX is going to have to run away from this one. And they use the flash to get in there to heal as well. Down on Duck Dom, and here comes Sounda.
Here he comes, and this could be disaster. No way out of this one. No ults.
The Q going to be used as well by Duck Dom, just trying to survive under the turret. It's not going to happen. Very nicely tower aggro juggle as Vital is going to flash out of there just to be safe. Sound nearly dies as everybody's getting extremely low, but it's still 2 kills. And they just have to use a bunch of flashes to get it done.
Yeah, it feels like the juggles were perfect, and then you said that, and then like the last part of it, a little bit messy there. But at the end of the day, ultimately, a lot of summoners used here. Pleta is going to be the second to fall as they take away the damage of that Sivir first. Vital takes one more shot here. His shield is able to avoid death. Sounda, as the aggro gets pulled away, gets almost killed as well, but will survive. So tons of assist gold over to this Kai'Sa, as well as Rel picks up a kill, HH picks up a kill, but the bigger story, rather than all that assist stuff, honestly, is just a lot of farm is denied from Duck Dom. He is 15 CS behind now. His call is not going to activate as quickly. And now we're fighting over this Herald, or at least DRX want to.
Yeah, Sponge really wants to get something for this early game. His lanes are just kind of falling by the wayside, especially the mid lane, so he was set very far behind, just trying to help out, and now, you know, he's just trying to get something on the map. Wasn't able to help out in the dive and bottom side, not able to get here to the Rift Herald early on enough, and now Nongshim are just bullying him out of this top river, so nothing really going right here for the side of DRX.
Duck Dom down a level here.
Ow.
And I think he actually successfully spell shields the Void Seeker, but that's all he's going to get out of that. And yeah, he's losing out. They're losing out on this Herald. Jax isn't pushing or threatening any plates.
Yeah. Harold goes down, which is what his name was supposed to be. I don't know where Shelly came from.
Yeah, no.
It's literally Harold. Harold. It's the perfect name. I don't know why we decided to name her
Harold.
Shelly. Yeah, well, Harold goes down, and Duck Dom's going to spell shield that again. He's just, you know, chugging his potion. He's okay.
Yeah, we didn't discuss the sustain of Sivir versus Kai'Sa in the lane. A clear advantage he has here. Finally, we will see a Sejuani make a play for the Jax top side. There's a ward in that bush, so I don't know if it's going to work. He's going to try it.
Oh, the buffer is so clean.
That's like one of the cleanest ones I've ever seen.
Yeah, it was so clean, it looked funky. Like, the game was like, whoa, how did you hit that frame? As it, like, sends the Tristana back out of midair. That was so weird, but it works. As now, trying to bully the AP Gragas, not very tanky, and he will eventually go down. Maybe gets a trade onto Frog here, but looks like he will be able to tank it up.
Yeah, not going to ramp that hard, but whew, that was a pretty heavy commitment there, top side. Thankfully, it did work out for DRX because he was staying there for a while, and if they messed up the execution on that, and Mihail gets away, just what you're losing bottom side here is just going to make sure that it's absolutely not worth this. Vital gets the 175 from that as well. Everyone else too far away, so picks up solo plate gold down here. That feels amazing that you didn't share that with jungle or support. Mihail getting his teleport up right now, so doesn't have it just yet to come back to lane, so the timing is a little bit annoying for him. So HH and Sounder will be spotted. And, you know, still at the end of the day, pretty decent lead here for Nongshim, but at least Jax has some money. The kill going over to Sponge really hurts, but, you know, still significant that the Jax is going to maybe be relevant at some point in this game. 2 plates picked up. And where we go from here as DRX is really just going to be, like, how well can you set for this Drake? You know, Seitype getting his ult back up. On the Hunt is ready for Duck Dom. Finally can actually maybe make a team fight impact here. Sponge might not have his ult in time if they really rush it, but he probably should have it.
I remember some of the haters after game 1, they're like, neither of these teams should play Tristana. Well, this is what happens when, okay, well, it's probably just another headset issue to HH, but we'll let you guys know. But yeah, this is what happens when your Tristana gets ahead.
Yeah,
Look at him. Ends up winning early on and gets very oppressive and is just very good.
He laughed, but then they went over to Sounda. But wait, now he's pointing to his headset.
Sound off.
She's like, oh, it's you again?
Yeah, so what I assumed happened the first time is like they checked it and they're like, oh, okay, it's okay now. Let's see if it's not okay this time.
HH equals horrendous headset.
Yeah. And then it happened again, so they paused it again like pretty quickly, and then they're like, okay, we'll get you a new headset. So maybe they got him a new headset, and then now it's like, it's bad again, so it's not the headset, it's the computer. You know what that means. This is the long pause.
So he did fiddle with the controls a little bit, it looked like. Or maybe the connection. Like he was grabbing something with his hand a moment ago. And obviously when you have these headsets over your in-ear, like you can't really hear like what people are saying when your headset isn't functioning. So he's like he like kept raising his hand to make sure the refs knew what was going on because he can't hear his teammates either who aren't supposed to be talking to him anyways. And now she's having to listen.
Look at HH. She's like, God, come on.
Well, yeah, this is a bit of a tilter. Like you've had this issue 3 times now. It's out of your control. It's like doesn't feel great.
Yeah. Well, the players can bring their own hardware, but that really is just keyboard and mouse. The headsets are provided by challengers. As you can see, they're all the same, and they have the sponsors taped over.
So I got the update from Yundo. It seems like it's actually a issue for multiple players that they keep hearing something else going through headsets that isn't white noise. So like,
what is it?
Could be a buzzing sound or something like that.
Aliens?
Probably just a bad connection, I'm gonna guess.
Yeah, but
it could be aliens.
It could also be aliens.
It's true.
What if it's
I'm not gonna rule
paranormal
it out.
activity?
I'm not gonna rule it out.
It's happening to multiple. Like maybe they're just on the same wavelength as a new alien. Yeah, it could be ghosts as well.
Never mind, it's only HH.
Okay, never mind, it's just HH.
But maybe he's got aliens after him.
Maybe the aliens just, yeah. Replace the cable. If that doesn't work, replace the headset. If that doesn't work, replace the PC. If that doesn't work, replace all the PCs. If that doesn't work, raise the building. Well, we're not going to do that. Okay, nice flash here, but Palmy's still in a lot of trouble as it looks like he will be going down. No escape for him, as no jump, no flash, no more health bar.
A pretty nice pause capitalization there. Grab him right after the resume. Very difficult to buffer that one. And
pause capitalization. It's not a thing, but it is.
I mean, it's not really a thing, but like he was able to make the play happen right after the pause. And,
Vital, what you doing? Okay, oh, all right, okay. I don't know what Vital's doing, but I like the steal from Sounda.
He's just distracting them, Valdez.
Good distraction. Distractor actor down there on the bottom side, but that's still going to be the end of Sounda. But a very nice steal, as it's Chemtech Soul, so it doesn't matter.
He's not going to feel too good about the steal after he sees that, see those blast plants transform. But, hey, got the steal. And
you know, Wolf, every time I play solo queue, I get Chemtech Soul.
Every time? Me too, it happens
It feels that way. Obviously, it's not actually every time. This time the buffer not on points. Also not working every time.
Yeah, also not really right after the pause. It was like at least 5 seconds. But, you know, it's a cool steal. And it could have been Hextech Soul for all he knows, you know? Could have been the most valuable steal of all time.
Sounda's just trying to make himself relevant.
And also because he's Rel, he almost gets out of the pick. Really nice interrupt there by Sponge. If he gets over the wall there, then he also doesn't die. And the steal feels amazing. But alas, he did not.
Yeah, it was a pretty vital maneuver that they went for that one. As Call Me, I think he could probably just step up, press an E on the turret, and take it down. He's just going to wait for the wave.
See if he deletes
Somebody's here. Yeah, he's going to get all 5 plates in mid, as we do have an ult coming in. Nice cleanse from Vital. Does have to cleanse and flash, so pretty worth either way for Sponge. And still, first turret blood. all the plates going to call me in the mid lane, so Nongson pretty far ahead, as now we do have Frog in a bit of a rough spot here. Magnus Storm coming in as Mihail decides to go over the wall finally and misses his body slam. Pretty unfortunate. Will land this stun as the cask will be dodged, and Frog just kind of laughs at him. It's Mihail unfortunate play that time around, and Frog will get away.
Yeah, it happens. Just expecting Frog to kind of wander back, and he just predicts the cast, walks forward. I don't want to say it's RNG the way that played out. Just kind of got outplayed. Wasn't patient enough there. Could have waited another second and then kind of had the guaranteed cast there onto Frog, but just thought he had the window, thought he had the better setup, and then does avoid it. But still going to be a lot of damage done to this turret. Frog didn't have flash, just came back up. And the game state here still feels pretty good for Nongshim. The Chemtech Soul itself, not going to be all too important, but the gold lead they have, it's pretty substantial at this moment.
How do we make
in time.
Chemtech Soul relevant? What would you do, Wolf?
Maybe make it so, I mean, this is kind of a like way out of the box suggestion, but maybe make it so that if you have the Chemtech Soul, if anyone on your team dies, they temporarily revive and do a ton of damage before they die a second time.
Oh, well, I've never thought of that. I think that's a very unique idea. Maybe we should ask Riot to
But I think
consider
it would only work if the rift gets really dark in certain sections of the map as well during the Chemtech rift. And I think
perhaps
that,
making people invisible.
yeah, everyone gets access to Poison DOT. I don't know about that, Concord. I don't know if everybody should be Teemo.
I haven't heard someone say dot like DOT in years. Like, probably at least 2 or 3 years. Like, rating someone on with WoW on, like, Discord, and they said that. Long time ago. Anyway, we do have a Rift Herald on the top side, as now Mihail doesn't have a cask and he doesn't have a flash. He will go down. Unfortunate, as DRX maybe have identified the current weak spot on the enemy team, and they're going to get Frog ahead.
Looks like it. This Herald struggling to kill that final minion and may actually be denied here, this final charge. Oh. All right then. So it just didn't want to let that turret have full health. But yeah, that was a bit wonky, and I think lack of respect here from Nongshim at the possibility of, I mean, Gragas generally can be fine against anything, but with Herald dive there, you're not fine. Like, you don't have a turret. If you have a turret, you're fine against anything. If your turret was full health, you're fine there. But where's Sounda? Not helping out at all. Mihail doesn't leave or abandon the turret. He definitely could have and would have lost some minions, but a bit of a weird one there as DRX just kind of go, well, let's toss this up here and see what we get. They got more than I think they even bargained for. So a lot of value.
Wow, they went down to the bargain bin, the bargain barn.
They went up to the bargain barn, top side.
Up to the bargain barn, and they got a great bargain.
Owl's Toy Barn.
On barns that you bought at the bargain barn.
Sounda, a bit of a flank denial, let's say, on him.
All right, well. Magnet Storm, unfortunate. Sounda trying to get out of range of Setab, who is not going to commit to his own flash. Only showing his face, and that's going to be the end of that.
The Jax push is real. It's factual, it's accurate. HH now.
Ooh, yeah, he's going to have to flash as well. DRX just finding like a bunch of members of Nongshim that are like, we're very far ahead, we can go anywhere we want. And DRX are like, no, you can't. No, you can't do that. What?
All right, call me on the flank here. They know where he is. See if they commit to him. This is kind of awkward for DRX. Especially with that missing.
Yeah. Now DRX, they say, well, it's just a Chemtech trait. Will we fight over it? Yes, they will, but gotta be a bit careful how they do engage onto this one. Almi flanking on Tristana.
I mean, he's just zoned out. Like, he wanted to come from bot lane, but he can't get in.
Yeah, and now he's just going to get dove on, pushes Setab away, gets the crown off as well, I guess. As Frog getting in there onto Vital, just zoning him away. Down will go Mihail, unfortunately, has not been able to do anything in this game. Double kill for Setab, as yes, they will take out the 80 carry Duck Dom here on the side of DRX, but so many low health bars. Call me second 80 carry trying to get it done, but unfortunately, he's against Jax, who will just jump on him, and that'll be the end of that. Even Mega Cone not going to get Sound out, or maybe it does. They're just going to take down the Chemtech Drake and to take their win in the team fight as well.
when the Kaisa and the Tristana are separated, it's really hard to actually kill flankers. So I really feel like Frog kind of carried this fight by being relatively close to the rest of DRX to prevent them from engaging, because then you could just counter-strike on top of them. And also just the fact that Satab is willing to push Call Me here. And look at Frog, he's just like waiting for his opportunity here, gets on top of Vital, so Vital not able to do anything in this fight. Kaisa can't engage on anybody, so he's irrelevant. And the Tristana also pushed out early, so irrelevant. So you have, instead of a 280 carry team fight here, a 080 carry fight. And for what? For Chemtech's sole point? DRX just really trying to hard force this one, and very haphazardly. I think if you do dive onto the Jax, it's very difficult to execute without Tristana, but it was the best option they had in that fight, is just push him away and kill him. But they just couldn't decide fast enough, and then ultimately it was Satab who said, nah, I'm pushing this Tristana out. Nah. We're fighting, because we have Frog in a really nice position, and it's hard to say who, if DRX win this game, because the lead is, I feel like, just not even there anymore for Notion. Yeah, they have a gold lead, but I mean, DRX are starting to win these fights really decisively. They're making better map calls. And yeah, they've lost a lot of turrets, and gold is in favor of Notion, but I don't believe that Notion could do it if they continue to play like this, if that makes sense. And if DRX win this, it might just be a Frog POG angle for me. He's put so much pressure on this game. His positioning has been fantastic for these fights. He's sitting on his BF sword.
What about
here.
Spongius?
Yeah, Sponge is decent. Pretty decent. He did make that really cool play topside finally to get the Jax head. Before that though,
he was scaling.
Before that he was.
But then once DRX started winning, it was kind of off the back of him and Frog, I guess.
True.
Colby's having, you know, a rough time. He's trying to carry this one by himself. As Duckdom, oh my God, he just disappears. Where did he go? Like what? Okay, that's going to be the end of him, as now Pleta also going to get caught out here. Unfortunate, as this is right in front of the Baron, which means that Ocean probably just going to get this for free.
Yeah, Frog's going to try to trade mid-turret for it. Looks like he will be successful. Satab even going to teleport for the contest. This is weird. This is very weird. Noshim.
Yeah, very strange, and they're just going to turn and kill Sponge. Okay, well now you don't have a smite. Satab maybe wants to make some play with his Emperor's Divide. He does have Frog here as well, maybe to soak up some damage, but 2v5, not looking very good, especially when you're taking some poke, and Calmy's actually hunting them down, as Satab is going to dodge that W, but might not be very long for this world if Calmy has anything to say about it. And yeah, looks like Frog should get away, but Satab eventually should go down as the explosion. Nope, just the W. Vital just going to secure that kill, and that'll be Notion boosting out into the lead.
Don't use your Emperor's Divide there when you're 100% dead. Don't do it. Bit bizarre. Maybe his crown was claimed back up. Maybe he could have lived that. I don't think so, though. This fight here, very much everything I talked about with Sivir in the draft. I don't think Apelio survived this either, to be totally honest, but like she isn't going to be able to survive or trade back damage or be at front line if she's caught by anything, and they were very split, caught in kind of a line, and then trying to force this here with the Baron as like oh, okay, we're down a member, but Baron's on our team here, and came over here. It was an interesting call to teleport in. Guarantees they get the mid turret, then try to come over here and contest. Like, it was a very interesting macro decision, but still without the numbers, it ultimately fails, and Satab steps up one time too many. I don't know if we have to watch like the whole thing, but I guess we
have to, Wolf.
See if his crown comes back up. Let's. Oh, I want to see. Waiting. Does a crown come up? Why is the Emperor's Divide here? I don't know. Oh, I think it might have.
Yeah, you know, D12, with enough people saying it, I just took a little Google, and I'm like, okay. And now I get to ban like an extra 5 people per day. As Pleta, trying to make something happen, but finally Mihail getting some work done with his cast, man. He had a really rough early mid-game. Now he is riding the bus and doing a great job with it as well, throwing in some good casts to help out his team. And yeah, that's the end of Pleta. So this game might be over as well. I mean, Nongshin took a little struggle streak there in mid-game, and then it was
all it took was one kill on Duckdom, and then DRX just hard committed to losing further in these fights. It's kind of reminiscent of game 1, you know? Somebody gets picked, let's force harder.
Yeah.
And now the lead is back massively in Nongshin. Like before it was like, oh, they're 2,000 up, but I don't know, I don't believe. I'm believing now.
He's a believer.
Pretty hard to lose from here.
And then you saw her face.
Yeah.
And now you're a believer.
That's right. No doubt in my mind. and 5,000 gold.
Isn't it like not a trace of doubt in them?
I don't know.
Anyway, they're just gonna boom them now as everybody's trying to get in there to stop the Chemtech Drake. No vision, just gonna get absolutely slaughtered in their own jungle. And Nongshim might have had enough. I mean, this is only 24 minutes in, but this game has really gotten out of hand.
It certainly has. I think Nongshim are happy to end the game now. 10 seconds left on Baron to push some of these super minions through, or Baron-empowered minions. Baron power.
Baron power.
Baron power.
Buy it at the barn. The bargain barn.
Frog? Frog 1v5 angle?
Aw, nice try. Good effort, buddy, but that's going to be the end of that. So Nexus goes down 24.5 minutes. Nongshim looking very much in control of this game. A couple of decent moments for DRX in the mid game, but after that, it was all Nongshim all the time.
It's just a mid BO5. I mean, I'm not talking about the gameplay was mid. I just mean like this.
No, yeah,
every single game has been decided by the mid matchup.
Yeah. We did vote for jungle in game 1, but after that, it was all mid all the time.
Yeah, the jungle really helped the mid who was ahead.
Yeah.
And like, yeah. Well, it's both of these matchups, like the LeBlanc matchup into Azir and the Tristana Azir matchup, can both get very one-sided once someone gets an early kill. Tristana especially snowballs extremely well, even better than LeBlanc, I'd say, especially when you're going for like Shiv components on LeBlanc. It's a little bit harder. But they've just been trading blows, and I think DRX absolutely could have won this game if they hadn't gotten Duck Dom caught that one time and then committed further and then lost all the map control and Baron.
Imagine if it was Zeri.
Could have been.
Yeah, could have been Zeri. We're not a big fan of the Sivir. Ended up not working. You know, a bit results-based, but I don't know. I just feels like the Zeri could have had a big impact and maybe could have helped them in some of those mid-game team fights to actually zoom more ahead into a place where they could actually fight. But yeah, just that one felt pretty Challenger-y, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It was kind of like, some of these decisions were not good, and the team that was ahead got very far ahead off of it.
The laning phase wasn't great for Duck Dom and Pleta either. I mean, Alistair level 1 is tough, but like they lost half their health early and then got dove, and it was really, really, really tough. As Call Me will end up picking this up. I don't think it's going to be a unanimous vote, but he did a lot. And the entire early game was based on his 1v1 advantage, essentially. He did get the one solo kill. And in professional play, it's pretty rare to see solo kills that early. But, you know, you could force a teleport advantage, maybe get a 10 CS lead. But he's just making it happen.
Yeah, making it happen. Solo kill 1. And, you know, he missed the buffer that one time. And that was about it. Pretty much perfect outside of that. So, yeah. Game number 3 going into the hands of Nongshim.
I really hope we don't have any more sound issues going.
What about Sounda?
No, I hope he doesn't have any issues either.
Okay, nice. Well, guys, we are done here for Game 3. We'll be back for Game 4. Hello and welcome back to Challenger League. You're here with the cringe duo, Valdez and Walp, and we are getting into game number 4 of this best of 5, these playoffs here. Round 2 between Nongshim and DRX. Nongshim did just take the lead. It is 2-1, and they're on match point.
That they are. So, likely, DRX chooses blue side. Blue side win streak continues, going to 5.
Da-da-da, da-da-da,
We are really going to be
da-da.
scraping it.
Where's gold scrapes? You know? Why
That's
do
a
we
good
only get
question.
silver scrapes?
That is a good question.
What about like platinum or diamond scrapes?
Even some
When are we going
bronze
to get
scrapes.
the upgraded version?
I mean, I'm down for like
Bronze scrapes?
yeah,
Iron
bronze
scrapes?
What if we tungsten scraping? We really are doing that right now as a society. But,
Yeah. What's your total level in OSRS, brother? Total level?
total level.
I've been focusing mostly on combat and just doing some quests that have leveled me up a bit. My combat level is like 86-ish. I don't know, my total level is like maybe 350 or something. Yeah, I'm pretty new.
I'm like the Onivia like thumbnail. I'm like,
Isn't Diamond Scrapes just a 3-0? Yeah, but we don't have a song for it. Diamond Scrapes for BO7? I like that, yeah. DRX selected, you guessed it, the blue side.
ooh, I didn't see that one coming. I did see that one coming. I meant to say Onivia.
Narrator, he saw that coming.
Picture-in-picture thing that he does, by the way, not thumbnail, like on the highlights, so that it's not just a re-upload,
Yeah.
but he's added his own content to it, which is just him doing the same like 30-second reactions over and over and over.
What up,
again.
Wolf and Valdez? I guess. Wow.
I guess.
Wow. I guess.
Oh, I thought he.
Unbelievable.
I thought he meant like, what up, Wolf and Valdez, I guess is what I would say. But yeah, what up, Wolf and Valdez, I guess. Yeah, I mean, that sounds accurate.
Do you know him personally?
Who? Oh,
Wosemi fan?
Yeah, of course. He's
Wait,
very.
really?
Yeah, he made it to top 4 of the Wo semifinals. No, I don't know. Who he is.
Okay. No, I don't have a fire cape yet. Got your dinner? Yeah, we ate it before the best of 5 to be ready for this 5-gamer.
It looks like the same scene I saw after game 1, where like Noblesse is chuckling with the lads, Duck Dom's laughing, going to game 2, whole game turns around. It feels like another repeat, you know, of the mini best of 5 or best of 3 within the best of 5 that we started last game. And let's see what these bans are like. Jace and Xayah removed here. definitely says, I'm going to play Kaisa if you let me.
Yeah.
That's what I'm seeing here.
Will they let him? They're going to do it, and then they're going to pick Jack Sejuani.
I think that is exactly what's going to happen.
They're going to ban, like, I don't know,
Rumble?
Renekton. Rumble, yeah. Cassante randomly.
They're thinking about banning Kaisa. They banned Poppy. Okay, I think this is wise.
Yeah.
This is wise.
Poppy was not banned. Okay, so now they pick Kaisa, and then Jack Sejuani.
Yeah. And the question is,
And
what
then
comes next?
Maokai.
Azir?
Maokai is available.
I don't think they'll pick Maokai. Remember game 2?
I do remember, yeah. Unfortunately.
All right, so Jax, Sejuani.
Wait,
And
who could
then-
have seen this coming?
It's going to be Azir plus Rel.
Wait, but Wolf, you didn't say Rel plus Azir, so...
Yeah, well, they could have done it in either order. They're using the Rel that they're obviously going to lock in to consider if they want to give Setep something else than Azir. But before ultimately deciding that, in fact, they will give him Azir. There it is. And how long do they think about this one? In terms of other mid picks, Nico decently strong for this comp if they wanted to play it. I think that's a strong alternative. Otherwise, we're kind of hitting the bottom here in terms of what's great with Rel, Kaisa. Cassante. That's a rare one with Kaisa.
Yeah, it's a very interesting pick. I mean, you're up against Jack Sejuani. Just going to go for that, try to avoid CC and try to survive. But you give up the Azir, rather. The Zeri gets picked here by Nongshim. So they get that for Vital before it could get banned away.
We don't know if the Rel is going to be bot or jungle. It's probably going to be jungle, but we don't know yet. So it's kind of hard to target the jungle pool here. So DRX could end up with something like Annie Viego or something like that to round this draft out. Really just hard to say.
Or just Rel.
Okay, I think they'll have 2 more picks in their draft.
True.
I think they're not going to play
They do.
3-5, but...
Yeah,
You're like, just Rel. I'm like, well, they'll also have Kaisa.
No,
and
just
Cassante.
only Rel.
Oh.
Yeah, 1v9. Remember
Rakan?
when League was blue versus purple? No, the chat wasn't born yet.
Rakan here does get banned as a final ban. Let's see. I'd love to just see an Annie or Viego ban. Just, I think it's the safest thing you could do. There's too much flex here for DRX for you to really know you have a strong ban here, but Annie or Viego is where I'd be at. Because you know you're not picking those in this comp. Azir. Okay, fair enough. Mid has been the dominant force in every single game we've seen in this series so far, and yet the priority of it has been very low in this 4th game draft.
Is Calmy going to play Yone? Probably wouldn't have banned Azir in that case.
Nah, I don't think he's going to play it.
Jace is banned. I mean, he has played 3 games of
Nico's
it,
banned.
but probably not going to play it.
He could play Annie to deny it. I don't think this is a good RA setup.
Zeri mid, anyone?
Not in current year.
Alistair's good.
Just waiting for counter pick.
Yeah.
Alistair very good into Rel. I wonder if there's any pick they could play that feels like it could bully the Alistair. Like, you don't really want to play Lulu, Kaisa. I don't really think there's any range support they can actually use.
Maokai.
Maokai would be okay. Okay, Ari. And
Viego.
Viego. That's why I think the Viego ban would have felt really nice here for Nongshim.
DRX should pick Xerath or something?
I don't know about that.
Maybe if they had like
this...
Xayah Azir, but they don't.
Are we bugged? Like, okay.
No, we're just late lock inners. Vi's still available.
Oh,
Pretty
Vi
good.
was still up. Okay,
There
Ari
you go.
Vi. I didn't realize the Vi was still up. All right.
Well, Nongshim are definitely not going to play Xerath.
No.
Might have enjoyed a Azir. in this
Lissandra.
case.
Ooh. See if Calmy can pull this one off. And mid being so pivotal, Nongshim did save that final pick for counter. And I mean, there's a lot of follow-up for this Sejuani now in this draft. It sets up a really nice ultimate. Jack's follow-up, Cassandra follow-up, Alistair, you know, kind of.
And we're going to game 5. I don't know. I think this is pilotable. You could say like maybe you're lacking in a little bit of damage with Cassandra, but you've got Zeri and Jax.
Yeah, I also think DRX are lacking a lot of sustained damage in this draft, especially if Ahri just goes for the standard utility build with the Everfrost.
Wolf and Atlas, are you ready for the moans? You'd have to ask Atlas. I mean, he's not in the chat. I think he's on the beach. But Wolf, are you ready?
Sure.
It is the Lissandra.
I do think that Duckdom should build 80, actually, this game. I actually don't think you should build 80. Don't think you need that. I think you need additional damage. I think you should go Kraken Slayer. Maybe a wild take. And yes, poke into this Lissandra might win you a few small neutral fights, but you're going to get engaged on if you want to play that game long term. You got to be the ones going in. I think Tyson needs to do more damage to make up for the fact that this Ahri probably not going to be going Leandries into this composition. That's kind of my read.
Almost definitely not. But looks like we're almost ready to hop onto the Rift. It was nice to see them pick the Zeri and not the Sivir. Nongshim understanding the power of this pick. We'll see if it does work out for them in game number 4.
That we will. Chances are, though, we're going to go game 5. We're going to game 5.
We're going game 5.
What do you think, Valdez, about PO being used as an abbreviation for playoffs with no periods? I really don't like it because everything is in all caps and it looks like it says PO Round 2.
I don't like it because it can be abbreviated to other stuff. Yeah, post office.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
PO'd. To be PO'd in, you know.
PO
past
box.
Tense. PO box.
Power outlet. Well, I would never call that the PO. But yeah.
Yeah,
you know,
I just feel like someone needs to tell everyone in Korea who's just decided that PO is the new thing. Because we didn't used to do this, by the way. It's only like been in the last 2 years or so where everyone just decided PO was the abbreviation. I'm like, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Nobody calls it that in English. No one goes, oh, did they make PO? No, nobody says that. I get it. It'd be hard to fit playoffs in that box, like our FAQ box, but if you put 2 dots, you get P.O. And that would fit.
True.
P.O. Round 2.
She's so loud. I have the speaker right behind me. You know, we don't wear headsets, so we have these speakers, and it's like she's right behind me.
Yeah, we keep the champion voices very loud in our region for some reason, especially in challengers.
Yeah. Good interpretation. Thank you, Denunciator. It's okay. We're not looking at Lissandra at the moment, so this isn't the time. But we'll be back to the mid lane soon enough. Remember when Lee Sin got buffed and then people still didn't play it? That was weird.
Yeah, I mean, I think the teams eventually learned that he's actually not really good right now, even though we want to play him all the time, every time, no matter what, because that's like how we got through solo queue. That's how we got picked up. It's little things like playing Lee Sin every game. That's how we got picked up, right? Like that's that copy pasta.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll take a look at these.
Like she's retching. Yeah, something like that. This easy NS win. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I have a feeling I might be banning that guy in the future after maybe they fall behind and we go to game 5. I can't not hear it anymore. Yeah, well, that's just the way it is with Lissandra.
First time.
Lissandra with salmonella bug.
Oh boy. All right, chat. Let's be mature. Okay.
No, it's impossible.
Let's be mature. All right.
He's there. VR salmonella. He's here in Twitch chat. We got his bug.
Bit of a loud Sejuani moment there as well. Skull Crab's going to get traded. Early game going to go off without a hit shear. It's really post 6 that these mid laners are going to have power. So unlike our last 3 games, it's not going to be people threatening flashes and solo kills in our first 5 minutes.
Why is mature pronounced like mature and not, and nature isn't pronounced like nature? Why is mature pronounced like mature?
Nature used to be pronounced like that, but when it was changed to English over time, the language evolved and it wasn't. I don't know.
Are you sure about that? Is that really a thing?
The German word for nature, Natur,
Whoa.
closer to mature.
Wait, so it's a real thing.
I think it just evolved over time.
There we go. Plan to take a little, you know, a little bit of a boom boom, a small boom boom, like a bomb, you know.
Bit of Bomba. Without a Graggy.
We're back in mid.
Yeah, well. Just trying to stop backs. So far successful. And Dematerializer still in the inventory here for Call Me. Demat advantage. And with that Dematerializer push, does annoy Setab. Will actually stop his back a second time. And then his back is denied.
Yeah. Wolf, do you know about natural science in German?
I mean, I didn't... Like, I could have assumed that's what it was because of how German works, but, like, I didn't know for sure, no.
Well, now we know. Here's Sponge. He's, okay, not going to get knocked over the wall, but he also won't get in position to steal away the Drake. That was started at exactly 5 minutes. Sounda not wasting any time. And is going to pick that up. Very nicely done. We got Cloud Drake on the way, so Chemtech Soul once again.
Look at Zeri. Look at how good she is in engaged. Look at Rel trying to stab. Vital says, nah, I'm over the wall. I'm going straight through Worry Bank on my way home. Stopping by, got there, you know, a little after 5 minutes. We're usually closing out a little bit early, you know, not staying open to past, you know, 4 p.m. here in Korea, but in League of Legends time, that works. As HH.
Don't do this to
Counter
Alistair.
to Rel, question mark?
Yes. Not if you just stand there and don't press any buttons, though.
Yeah, not really in lane. Not the greatest.
It's okay. He's Alistair.
He's
gonna
healing.
sit there. He's going to heal. And he will be a big factor as the game comes along. As we're talking about linguistics in the chat.
Yeah, I'm not talking about linguistics anymore.
We're not talking about it on the cast.
Yeah.
But they're talking about it on the chat.
Yeah, they can do that. That's their right. As long as they don't say anything about these players negatively, they can pretty much say whatever they want.
Pretty much.
Pretty much.
Yeah. I mean, don't take any examples from YouTube chat. I wouldn't recommend that. G2 would destroy these teams. You could say that. That's fine. That's not toxic. Well,
also
it is a little bit toxic. Not really.
Not, probably accurate.
Not
to be
actually
honest.
not toxic, and it's very accurate. So thank you for your input.
Sound at level 6. He's not
Got
going
the
to
claw.
use it. I think he probably could have. Call Me went unsealed. I don't know if you mentioned that earlier or not. You may have.
Nope.
Okay. Just wanted to point that out because I also didn't notice until just now when I saw the Ignite locked in. As is he using his level 6? He's just denying him?
Missed the flail. So Sponge gonna get his revenge.
I feel like if he used his ult in either of those situations, maybe Call Me comes over fast enough to make an impact there. At least would deny Sponge from getting 6 off that. As here's level 6 for Vital.
Okay, pressing our button. I was gonna say buttons, but Duck Dom is not level 6. So they trade flashes.
Look at Nongshim using their level 6 advantages.
Crazy.
I mean, Sound is not
Insane.
actually pressing the R button, but using the threat of the R button to press advantages. Now, Duck Dom does have his R button, but there's also a minion wave here.
Yes, you are allowed to question mark a questionable play. As, that might just be the end of this guy. No question marks involved. The Setab not really able to flash out of that one. Just a nice setup play from Sounda.
Yeah, I think that one's going to get a semicolon out of me.
Just one semicolon?
Just one semicolon. Actually, maybe the double semicolon, you know? You know what I'm talking about. If you know, you know. As Vital, no flash, but guess what? He's Zeri.
Gerald gets right over that wall, no problem.
Frog has push in the top side. Wants to try to steal this away.
Okay, they turn it away from him. Uh-oh, could get in there. He's gonna take Sounda out, who just flashes the wall and says, never mind.
That was a cool play, though, from Frog. I actually really
Yeah.
like using his prio like that. Yeah, you did commit the ultimate, but you get a flash. And could have really caused a lot of problems for that Herald take. Because over here,
Okay.
how quickly can he clear that wave?
Oh god, very nicely done to push away the Magnet Storm, and now we see the Alistair into Rel strength. The Spletta not really able to get in there, stops the dive, and we get the zoom in on HH. Very nicely done.
Very well played. Like I said, when this guy is on and his headset is working, he is really going to put it to him. And
Haunted headset.
haunted headset indeed. He just straight up said no to the Rel engage, and that's what Alistair at best does. Mihail, obviously with Frog's back here, will be able to turn this into advantage top side as well. And so far, you're kind of all coming up Nongshim, and even though it hasn't been a 1v1 diff in the mid lane, it's also been coming up the side of Nongshim here with Palmy making those aggressive plays with his jungler early on.
Watch this.
So trying to clear the wave. Look at this, Alistair Magnet Storm, not on my watch.
The timing was so quick.
Then he gets the knock up onto him as well, and they put a decent amount of damage onto that Rel.
Yeah. That's the thing about this level, is that every day you can see like some insane mechanical outplay. And you're like, oh my god, this kid has insane hands. Like, that was a crazy play. We got to get this guy into the LCK, but, you know, I just want to see this every time, you know, from the same player consistently. That's why we're like, okay, Lucid could maybe go up there, stuff like that, because he does it consistently. But yeah, just really nice play from HH. The dude's got hands.
Got hands indeed. And because it's Cloud into, or Cloud after Ocean, pretty good chance of a very good soul here. If this does end up getting secured for Nongshim, we'll have a 2 Drake lead. Duckdom and Sponge can hold in position here for a late contest. The Scuttle Crab giving some residual vision here.
Healthy hands.
Healthy hands. There
Has
you go.
hands is what I would have gone for. Instead of, you know, doesn't have hands.
Tech Soul, like I was saying, pretty valuable. And let's see if the trap is sprung here. Yes.
Oh, yes. Press your R buttons. Take away the Zeri. They just dominate him. And Sound is just going to go get over the wall. Let's see if he just can survive this one. I think he will, just because he's Alistair. Just presses R. And DRX say, no, thank you.
Looks like Palmy considering looking for a turn there on the stay tab, but with too many friends nearby, even with no Vi ultimate, they're going to think better of it. So, advantage Nongshim, though, in every way still. I mean, yeah, you shut down the Zeri. I mean, you killed her. I don't think she actually had a bounty, but you were able to kill Zeri, but you still have problems everywhere else on the map. Jax, you know, going to be a big problem in the late game. Lissandra is ahead. Zeri is going to be very relevant in terms of late game team fights. You also did commit to Shiv Kai'Sa's. Frog has to flash.
Oh, yeah. The Hex Gates, they can be pretty tricky like that. And Sounda just appears where you were trying to get a bit deep into the enemy jungle, and you will get punished.
Okay,
Speaking of punishing, yep, just press all of your CC buttons and Satep gets away anyway. Okay, well, not able to layer the damage quite well enough, but they will get the flash and the Spirit Rush and the Satep, and he's out of the lane.
All the plates now going over. So, yeah, you didn't get the kill, but you still got all the advantages you were looking for here. I mean, a large portion of them, obviously, and just a really easy commitment there. All the CC layered down and 20 CS up now. The counter pick of the Lissandra into the Ahri. Definitely feeling very strong here, as we've highlighted several times. I mean, if just one more auto goes off, that's a dead Ahri and even additional gold as he goes ahead and picks up the Oblivion Orb. We're liking the chances here for Nongshim so far in what could be our last game of the series. As Mihail really pushing for this.
Yeah, he's going all out, and we do have Sponge here. He did not have his ults.
Nor did he have flash.
So Mihail gets baited, I suppose. And now we're going to wait until the Cassante backs, and he hits it right before he can react. The teleport's coming in, the ult now to get Mihail out. as they will get the Vi ult out of Sponge at least, which is actually very valuable, especially after the recent patch, which nerfed the cooldown by a lot.
Yeah, I'm not really a big fan of trying to mess around with all that there after the Kasante backs. That was
all that nonsense.
I mean, he had teleport, so he's just going to get straight back to lane with a purchase there. Gonna see if we can find something with this. I don't know about this either. A little bit of aggression here from Nongshim. We've seen them with leads like this in the past, kind of overstep their boundaries a little bit. I hope this is not going to be another one of those times.
Well, if I want to ask you a quick question, why does Call Me have Oblivion Orb?
Well,
I'm just curious.
I mean, there is a decent amount of healing. Ahri's passive with her ult. Sponge went Sunder. It's maybe a cost-efficient item that he wants to pick up here. Wants to go for a little bit of extra damage. Okay. He's probably just going Morel and Omicron. Okay. Like I don't think it's 100% like necessarily required here, but I generally think that pros have a pretty good read on what the value of it's going to be.
I like the devil's advocate approach. It's nice. It's easy to say, oh, he built Oblivion Orb, that's bad, because that's the, you know, that's what my favorite content creator told me. But
I generally think that...
Given reasons, you know?
I generally think that players like Call Me probably...
I do think he probably should have just built a damage item. But it is very cheap, and he is going to pick it up. And let's see if he can survive here. He does have his E, and that Magnet Storm just goes to waste. Not going to do anything. As Call Me avoids it, uses E perfectly, as meanwhile his team is getting an objective on the top side.
Yeah, trying to gank Alessandra feels pretty bad when she's got that easy escape. If you had the Vi's ultimate for that play, it does feel pretty easy, but it just came back, and now Flash is also down for Pleta. They will get the objective top side. And I think a lot of that, the reason why I picked up the Oblivion Orb is just due to the fact that he had that extra gold from the plates going down, had some additional economy. I wanted to try to snowball his lead in lane as well. I think it's totally fine. Is it the most gold efficient item considering the enemy composition? Absolutely not, but it is still going to be very useful, as it looks like this turret will still stand a little bit longer. Could have been first brick. Mahile will be able to get it with the next wave potentially here. And so far, I mean, it's been a quiet game. Only 2 kills, but Nongshim just getting a lot of macro leads, a lot of early objectives. You know, the first time we see a group up here for DRX to really fight is we're still waiting for it. Is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah. As meanwhile, Mahal is in a bit of trouble. Does have 3 people up here, including a Kaisa, is going to throw down that pretty early on as they try to go all out onto the Jax, and Frog will live, and they even give that kill over to Duckdom. Pretty nicely done. Did take 4 members to do it, though, so you will pay on the rest of the map.
Yeah, so you lose a turret anyways in mid. You're going to lose a ton of minions bottom side, as well as potentially that turret here very shortly. I think they probably will lose it. And that's what I'm saying. Nobody's grouping up to fight. You lost the Herald. Again, you lost the Dragon. It's Hextech Soul Point here. It's 17 minutes because that first break was taken so early that I would have rather seen DRX take the hard choice, or make the hard choice and look for a fight there. Sponge has ultimate coming back up. If you don't have confidence, you can with Vi, Ahri, team fight against this Zeri before she's big. I don't know if you're ever going to have confidence in this game.
True.
I'm very concerned. I mean, look, Lissandra was bottom side. It's tough to actually make that fight work. You had the counter pick against you, but yeah, you got the kill top side and you got the turret, but you trade a turret for a turret, like, just wasn't a great play.
Yeah, and it's Hextech Soul Point. So Nongshim just run away with this one, as now that turret is not real. You may see a health bar there, but I don't. Only people above Silver 3 can't, as we're just going to press R as the Merc treads. I don't think they're going to get you out of this one, Save Tab, as even with the Flash and the Spirit Rush, he is not able to get out. So nice little collapse there from Nongshim, as DRX are going to try to get on in here. You have a TP into the mid lane as well, just to keep it safe.
And this macro game here from Nongshim is just insanely better than what we're seeing from DRX, and it's just like game number 2. You know, where game number 1, excuse me, where they had the lead, they played it on the map better. This is an insane amount of value here. Got the inner, got an extra charge on the inhibitor, and it feels like DRX is just waiting for their chance to use Kaisa poke on an objective. Like, is that what we've been waiting for this whole time? Because I thought you had Vi Ari in this comp.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lissandra makes that
too.
problematic, but there are other targets you can kill. You can also still team fight. They did go Leandris, by the way. I think they realized, like, okay, we need damage because they didn't go for the AD that I wanted to see from Duckdom. But now it's Leandris into this composition, which means you don't have Everfrost for your charm setups. You do not have the ability to burst. Like, you're kind of in a middle of the pack. Ari here needs to survive long in team fights and not just get blown up by the Lissandra. Her build, by the way, makes perfect sense. She had the extra gold for the Oblivion Orb. Didn't go Morellonomicon, actually decided, okay, I want to just be able to straight up carry. Went Zonia second.
Yeah.
Because he had all that extra money.
Oftentimes in interviews as well, you mentioned this, Wolf, and several people in chat did as well, is that sometimes you go home, you have like 812 gold, and you're like, well, what am I going to buy? Like an Amp Tome? Or am I just going to buy an Oblivion Orb and then just build towards something else? And like, it will get value. And now you're going to have more, you know, for those moments, you use all your gold, you're very efficient with your spending, and you'll have that power on the map. And it'll help a little bit, even if the Oblivion Orb isn't, you know, great.
It's win more, you know?
It does delay your build, but as you mentioned, it's win more.
And there's not really a hard AP spike for Lissandra in this game, you know? So...
But she could have done the boom boom damage, Wolf.
She did. I mean, I think that's kind of what she did, though. You know, with the Oblivion Orb, she did like about like 10% more boom boom damage during those times than she would have gotten if she just built an Amp Tome.
True. But she could have finished a Shadow Flame by now. But yeah, they have enough damage. They don't really need Lissandra to do damage. The Zonia is going to make sense. And now you can see that a little bit of posturing over the Baron potentially here.
I think all Nongshim have to do is make sure that they threaten the idea of the Baron, especially once this once the vision is set here. You can even take out this control ward. Okay. Anyway, just wants to get the faster back. Once you, I don't know if he actually was backing in the bush, but you should have been able to see that. Once you posture on this Baron long enough, and DRX have to stay interested, then you can make a play on the Hextech Soul. And DRX. Let's see what they decide to do. They're grouping to try to fight for vision on Baron because of that threat now. So they have not a lot of control bottom side. You could see Pleta and Satab are in the area, but they haven't placed any wards. And with double teleport up for Nongshim right now, they could TP in. Frog will get his in a moment. But this is a really easy setup here for Nongshim to play for both objectives and threaten DRX into a really poor team fight.
Yep. They're doing a really good job with their macro. This is what we even noticed right from game one. That Nongshim kind of had their number when it came to this aspect of the game. And Sponge he's doing something sneaky. He is going behind enemy lines, very behind enemy lines, into a brush where they will never expect him to be. Because now there is a ward there.
But who does he get?
Do they know, actually? I guess they saw him somehow. And now Sponge spotted. He is pretty much just dead. I mean, he's going to flash just to try to get out of this one, but maybe if he gets another Q, it's not looking very likely. He just has to go straight in the sound of the rest of the DRX team is just backing away. And that will be the end of the jungler of DRX, which means free Drake, free Soul.
Free Drake, free Soul. And that's the kind of position you put yourself in DRX, in the case of DRX. And if Sponge was seen or not, I think it's pretty easy to suss out. Like, okay, we have vision on Baron, he's not doing that. He doesn't have anyone to flank, so he's probably on the side where you could get value at the flank. And the problem is, like, Vital's mid. Are you going to get on top of Calmy? You're going to get on top of anyone else in this comp as the Vi anyways? And then Nongshim just figure it out and collapse on him first. One more Hail Mary here, DRX. Let's see what they can get.
They have a Rel. They have a Rel and a Dream. They have a Kaisa too, no Infernal Soul. But yeah, the Rel is gone. The poke is coming in. The Frozen Thralls as well, going to help out with this one. Here comes Sponge. He's going to try to sponge all over them as Vital is getting pretty low. In goes the Cassante, and the smite is not good. It's stolen by Sponge as he takes it, and DRX turn the fight around. As now Calmy is like, well, that was a mistake. And he's just going to try to survive here. Has to even use his flash as, yep, confirmed. It's Challengers, baby.
It's Challengers, baby. And, okay, well, this is a disaster. All of the resources put on the Rel. And Satab's Leandri is really actually coming up big in this moment, as he was, unfortunately for Nongshim, not able to be killed fast enough. His Q through the entire team did really hurt, and unfortunately Nongshim trying to also focus this Baron super hard, but then the smite here from Sounda is really rough. Look at Satab, how much he's doing in this fight as well, like forces a self-ult from Call Me, and then look at this smite, it's like so early because they're panicking when the Kazante comes through, like 360. That's a bit of a yikes.
That was a double smite too.
Yeah. That shouldn't happen.
It wasn't clean. It was very challengers. I mean, Nongshim, they still have Hextech Soul. So, you know, that's permanent at least. This Baron will eventually fade away, but this game has been thrown into chaos. Pure chaos. And DRX are looking pretty good at this point. Again, they still have to go up against the Hextech Soul. Let's see how much they can get out of this Baron power play.
Yeah, the Hextech Soul is really such a great ally here of Nongshim, but there's a lot of standing gold still on the map. Those two inners. Sounda?
Okay. Well, he's going to have a stopwatch. I hope he flashes. No, never got a chance, as the timing is perfect. His aerial hits the two in the front line, as that is a bunch of damage. But meanwhile, Mihail...
Okay, if they can stop all these backs, this could be a disaster. And with Hextech Soul, it's really easy to keep chasing. As look at how far back they have to go to back, as Kazante is not going to be able to stop this inhibitor from going down.
Yeah, not alone. So Mihail eventually going to get there. Baron push still happening.
I'm concerned about actually staying grouped up here against this Lissandra.
Nice engage, yeah. Like you mentioned, the follow-up Magnet Storm, though, is huge. He's going to catch everyone as Nongshim goes straight into the meat grinder, and DRX, a very nice engage from Pleta, taking advantage of that.
So this is a ton of gold that DRX pick up here, and now they're 2,500 ahead, but the inhibitor's down top side for the Elder spawn, and also they stop a lot of this Baron power play. Like, yeah, this inner will finally go down here, and it's a ton of gold. Obviously, they picked up on the Baron power play 9,000 because of all the kills, but they haven't actually been able to threaten any inhibitors. Let's see if they can actually make this work with the last 5 seconds of this buff here. Got to push in mid as well. If they can get one inhib, I think it still feels pretty good for them, but if they don't, Elder becomes so hard, and Sponge...
Okay, I mean, Sounda is tanking up a lot of damage. The flash comes in. They bait Sponge to die. Here comes the teleport as we have well and truly gone off the rails here.
We certainly have. Call Me about to have his ult back up.
Call Me's like, how do I get over this wall? Oh, yeah, I'm Lissandra. Oh, wait, I'm too late. Okay, they just ran left. Frog, meanwhile, taking a turret. Okay.
I mean, if you don't lose your inhibitors as Nongshim, I don't think you really care about that inner. Like, yeah, they have a gold lead, but you're still going to have that Hextech Soul for the Elder fight. And... you know, DRX ultimately kind of dropping the ball, not able to get the inhibitor, but staying so long that they end up getting punished anyways. Really feels bad. Sponge, his ult is going to come back up here fairly soon. When he respawns, he will have it shortly afterwards. It's really just going to come down to an Elder flip. Like, this is the Challengers culmination of these two teams so far in this playoff match. Loser goes to the lower bracket. And...
Nongshim have a game buffer as well.
Yeah, true.
Game 5. Could be like an Elder flip angle into somehow Nongshim clutch it after getting mental boons in Game 4.
Morellonomicon on lock here for Call Me.
Nice.
He's ready to deny the... He got some extra magic pen.
Nice.
Ready to do that damage.
Yeah. A full 10 magic pen. He has Exhaust and Teleport. That that Unsealed Spellbook kind of baiting them on the Baron, but getting its money's worth, I guess.
So Mihail with Teleport can just stack these waves topside. This is what's going to make the Elder contest so frustrating. And he can just walk away and TP in at any point. 30 seconds to go. Look at the lack of vision here for DRX. This is the problem. Gold leads don't really mean anything if you can't actually get in position to fight. If you can't see what your opponent is doing, you're not...
Setup doesn't have...
Teleport, no.
Teleport.
Mihail can come in at any point, and he can also stop these players from coming over if he commits harder. So the timing of this is pretty thin here for Nongshim, but the advantage is real. Look at this lack of vision. No idea.
Will DRX even get a chance to Elder flip? I don't think you can rush down the game. I mean, you don't have Baron buff.
But Mihail, I mean,
You have to get in here.
if Mihail just slows this down, or if they slow this down, Mihail could just
Oh, this is about to get
force them
crazy.
back. Yeah.
This is about to get so crazy. I mean, Frog is already there. He is watching Mihail. He's shadowing him there as it's well and truly looking like we're getting to a flip as Ingo spawns nearly dies. That engage not working out as the timing there from Sounda not good. Magnet Storm is pretty decent, but no follow-up. Ingo's ducked on finally, immediately exhausted by Calvi, as that will be the end of the Kaisa and the end of the DRX team. Triple kill for the Zeri, who just ends the entire team. As now Frog, he is all alone. Mihail will have to flash away, but I think Gnomesim have done it.
Yep. There's the leap to the counter-strike. Oh, he's burning, but he will just barely get out. But that is still going to be the end of the game. Mihail tried to teleport into the fight, was interrupted by Frog, but guess what? That's where he wanted to be. His natural habitat is pushing towards a Nexus. Call me. Looking to finish off this final
They
kill.
can't get the Cassante.
Too tanky.
They can't get him. It's
Too
impossible.
tanky.
380 MR or something, whatever. Nongshim, they will take game number 4, and they will go up to the upper bracket with this victory and be able to challenge D+ up there. And DRX, they're not out. As you mentioned, Wolf, they do move down to the lower bracket, but they are out for this best of 5.
That they are. Nongshim playing a great series. And once again, sorry, I typed the wrong thing in the chat.
Yeah, who do I vote for? No. Oh, it's definitely not Zeri.
I like went back and forth.
Not Alistair. I kind of want to vote for mid.
I went mid ultimately in the end. I don't know why. I like
I'm gonna go mid.
wanted to write mid and then I wrote Jax for some reason. Like, and then then she was like top. I'm like no, mid. I'm committing to mid.
Yeah.
As look at this, ducked on trying to assassinate Vital, and then everybody turns on him. HH gets the double knock up to stop Setab's follow-up damage, so Vital lives. Just a beautiful team fight here, while also Jax is trying to TP and gets interrupted by the Cassante knockup, but it doesn't matter because they didn't want him to be there. He wanted to be there, but they didn't need him to be there, is what I was going to say. And pretty high damage numbers here on the side of DRX. The Ahri obviously doing a ton of damage with that Leandri's, but the effective damage just wasn't there.
Yeah. Take a look at the gold graph as well. Like, Nongshim barely got over the line. Really just came down to that one team fight. The exhaust from the Unsealed Spellbook. I mean, the engage was not very clean from the side of DRX. They kind of sent it. It did not work out. The exhaust and the anti-dive utilization of what they had in their composition was perfect, and the exhaust as well. So, very nicely done from Nongshim. They stay calm.
They stay calm,
Cool
indeed.
kids never panic.
And I mean, the Alistair knockup, pretty nice there at the final moment. The exhaust, very good. I feel like both of these teams definitely have some weaknesses, especially in the mid department, like in terms of certain matchups. But
well, in the mid game too. I mean, Nongshim were a little bit better at some of those macro calls, but like 4 people top to kill a Jax as you lose Soul Point for Hextech Soul. That was not it for DRX.
that was
like, some of the choices really need to get cleaned up, and they have so much talent within this roster, but definitely felt a lot of challengers' influence this time around.
I think this game was a really big learning experience as well for the fans watching. Like, that huge gold lead that DRX got at the end actually didn't matter, like, almost at all because of how their comp plays out. So you needed to win the Elder fight. You didn't have enough control. It will be Lissandra that we give it to here for Call Me at the final moment. It was a bit of a tough one because Jax had a great game. Also, Alistair with a great game. You know, you're looking at Mihail back and forth in this series. Obviously, HH with a pretty great final team fight and some decent plays in the early game. But Call Me, you know, it was whether he was winning or not. Like, it seemed like it determined every game that that went over.
Where's the volume? 300. Yeah. The Lissandra, loud and getting the job done. I wonder if anyone did vote for HH or some Mihail votes. Perhaps Yundo will bless us with his presence and let us know.
So now Nongshim will advance
Yes.
to play against D+.
Yundo voted for HH.
Giga Chad. DRX will drop down to the lower bracket to play against Hanwha Life Esports. Myself and Valdez will be casting that one. It is going to be interesting to see how the rest of our top 4 shakes out now, because I feel like D+ and Hanwha also not infallible. And Call Me versus Pulbay sounds pretty winnable, you know, with Pulbay's kind of up and down form. On the other side, Roamer, I feel like definitely could give him some trouble, but that's only if Hanwha Life advanced to face him. So a lot of fun times.
Yeah. No, it's going to be pretty interesting here as we do get to the end of the Challengers bracket soon enough, at the end of this week at least. We're going to have Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So Thursday, Friday's Challengers, and then we have Saturday, Sunday's LCK finals, losers, and then grand finals. And then Monday, Tuesday, we come back for Challengers. And we finish off there with the Challengers loser and grand finals. And we will crown, inevitably, Nongshim to win once again. We'll have to wait and see, though. Only if they play Jax, of course. But, yeah, it was a pretty fun series. And, you know, we were laughing at the Nongshim Predators at the beginning of the day. There were only 2 of them. It was the Based, Atlas, and Dongjun voters. They did say 3-2, so maybe not enough faith, actually. But they were right in the end that Nongshim was going to take it down.
Yeah, the only one I didn't like was the DRX 3-0. That wasn't it for me. I think it was shy. I was a bit aggressive, I'd say.
It wasn't shy, it was Hojin.
Oh, Hojin, that's right.
Yeah, if you're going to call him out, copy pasta the name.
All right. All right.
When you do the copy pasta, don't copy the name, but if you're going to call out the pred, yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we ate dinner already, although I'm probably going to go eat some of my some cookies at home later, you know.
Cookies for dinner?
So, I mean, I already ate dinner, so like
I guess you are an adult. You can decide that for
I mean,
yourself.
I can't eat cookies for dinner, but I already ate dinner. I'm just going to have a bit of a snack, play some video games, get ready for my day off tomorrow.
And Lolly Esports has no schedule for LCK yet. Well, it's Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, I don't know why people are not scheduling that properly. I will have to talk to the appropriate parties for about fixing that for next year.
Wolf's going to have a stern discussion.
Just a bit of a reminder, perhaps. A bit of a reminder.
Okay.
We never got challengers in here, even though I was promised in like week 2 of spring season that we were going to get that into the Lolly Sports English website.
Yeah.
That has also not yet occurred, but hopefully it will happen next year.
Maybe next year.
Maybe next year.
Well, any Baldur's Gate 3 gamers? Maybe. I'm not sure if I'll stream. I think maybe. Yeah, maybe yes.
I'm going to play eventually.
Pretty early day today. We also need GigaChan. Yeah, we'll get all the 7 TV stuff on the new channel, LCK Global 2024. You forgot the CL.
Oops.
Never forget 2NE1's wrapper. Did this just start? No, it just ended. You're here with C4, where we talk to chat in the corner.
Yeah, everyone's playing Baldur's Gate. I'm finishing Yakuza Kiwami at the moment.
Well, Slick Rick, if you don't want to be spoiled, it's a good time to turn off the stream.
Yeah,
it was nice to have you.
Probably not the time.
Did y'all see Chronic Gagler denying? Yeah, he does that. It's okay.
Yeah, it's kind of weird that he's denying the stuff like
Death
that.
Bulge? That's the name of a game, Death Bulge? There's no way.
Thanks, Slick Rick, for your enjoyance of our cringe duo.
Enjoyance. Enjoyage, I think is the real word.
Whatever.
It's like a voyage of enjoying.
Sure.
The enjoyage. When's the last time you took an enjoyage? Just for you.
I don't know. I don't know.
All right. Is Onx's name really William Bill, or are you commenting on his shirt? It got deleted by Nightbot because it was in all caps. Yeah, no, he's really William. We call him Dan William Harrison. That's his name. Any other good questions? What was the score? 3-1 for the Nongshim Esports Academy.
Yeah, Nongshim Esports Academy pulling it off.
We did get Zach in first game. Enjoyed. Favorite pizza?
Anchovy, mushroom, sausage.
Why sausage, though?
I like
Why not?
sausage. Sometimes it's just anchovy, mushroom, but sometimes I put sausage. Depends on my mood. Pepperoni can be quite nice. It's kind of the safest pizza that I generally trust. If you go to a restaurant, you're not sure if it's good or not. You're like in a hurry. Pepperoni is always a safe bet.
Yeah, you can get our autograph. Just come up to us in between games. Usually easier if we're at the space, and should be pretty easy.
Also, generally, if we're on casting at the end of the series, if you send us a DM or something, say like I want to get a signature from you guys at the end, or just like come up before the game, like before
the
we get off
is actually
cam.
better.
Yeah, because I'm gonna be honest, like sometimes people try to talk to me in between games. I'm like, I only have like 4 minutes to go to the bathroom and get more hot water, and, and like
True.
I usually kind of run away. And it's not because I don't like you guys, just because I have to keep myself in a proper condition to continue casting.
Chicken, bacon, pineapple? I think just chicken, bacon, ranch is good.
What does
Stick with
chat think about KT versus T1 rematch? Just like predict the winner now.
In LCK.
T1 or KT, T1 or KT in the lower bracket finals. What does chat think? I want to see what chat thinks. All right, 3-1.
3-1, T1,
KT, T1, T1, KT. Wow, it's really
Banger
close.
T1, 3-2. T1, 3-2. A lot of the T1 Preds are 3-2. And the KT ones are 3-0 or 3-1. Please T1 no win me be happy.
I want to say it's the chat's looking like it's a T1 favored.
Yeah. My heart says T1, but brain says KT.
That looked like mostly T1 favored. But I haven't put my score pred in yet, but I think I'm gonna officially predict KT.
Yeah, we did our Pog State episode. Should come out soon. I guess actually it might come out tonight or tomorrow.
Right
that might take a little bit of extra time because, you know, next LCK match doesn't happen until the weekend. So not like it usually is where it happens in the Wednesday.
Yeah, it's probably coming out either tonight in like 3.5 hours or tomorrow.
Please don't predict KT. Please, I want BDD and aiming to win. Well, turns out that although we are very powerful and we we do oftentimes joke about caster curses, we actually don't have any power over how the players play. I know it's a big surprise, and the casters, you know, we have the power to turn on the game and unpause it. We do have that power, but, you know, we don't have the power to influence the players to play a certain way.
Any hair bet? Wolf, Alice, no hair bets. I did the beard thing because I knew there was no way that KT was going to win that game. And they didn't.
How comfortable can you live in Korea without speaking Korean? Pretty comfortably. All the signs are in English as well.
I think recently it's
better
been
to know
much
basic.
better.
Yeah.
It's been better recently. I think 10 years ago was pretty tough. But I think nowadays it's a lot better. It's a lot more manageable.
Thank you, One Community OSRS. I hope you enjoyed us being a little bit silly as well as maybe a little bit more serious as well. Thank you. See you next time. We'll be back on Thursday and Friday. Oh, wow. That's neat. Do you guys do any league stuff off season?
Yeah. I mean,
A lot of
Valdez
stuff.
streams. I do content with Monty. And there will be Worlds content. And Worlds is happening. It's going to be Asia Games that we'll be doing some content around probably. So we will see how much. But there's definitely going to be stuff going on. Challengers will start back up again next year as well, of course.
Yeah.
We're getting to the end of this season and our first year of doing official English commentary. At least since like the NLB days, like there was like a little bit of official commentary, I think, in like 2013, 2014, something like that, but it was a different tournament back then.
Apparently Riot gonna allow Nefiri for Worlds. I think she'll get played, actually. I think her ability to... She feels like a better Rek'Sai to me. You know what I mean? Like, she will hunt you down, she will aggro and, you know, like, lock onto you, and, like, I think she has power. And they might even buff her just to make her interesting, and if they do buff her at all, I think she'll definitely get played.
She'll get paid,
Not paid.
for sure. If she gets ahead,
Well,
gets
maybe
gold.
Nefiri will get paid.
I'm not a huge fan of the fact that she's available for Worlds myself, but I think she, because of her targeted ability, she's a little bit frustrating if she gets ahead. And not a lot of outplays available, I think, for the enemy team. I think it could be very snowbally if she ends up being viable. But we'll see. Like, it's still early days. I think she'll be more of a niche pick than a staple pick. But anyway, this is our bracket. Back to the challengers for a moment. As I mentioned before, Nongshim will play against D+ here on Thursday, so just in 2 days' time. So off tomorrow, back the next day. That will be cast by Atlas and Chronicler, and then Valdez and me are going to be doing Hanwha versus DRX, and then yeah, just I'm trying to sound cool. I'm trying to sound like casual, you know.
Yeah.
Valdez and I.
Valdez and I.
Valdez alongside me will be casting
Yep.
that matchup on Friday, and then driving to Daejeon.
It's Daejeon.
It's
And
almost
it's a Daejeon road trip.
It's a Daejeon road trip. We're going to be talking
Daejeon
about that
road
the
trip.
whole cast, aren't we?
Well, DK versus Nongshim Esports Academy. It says Red Force there. Don't get fooled. And it should be a fun one. I think that Nongshim have a chance. You know, DK, nice comeback against Someone Life Esports. It's Challengers, baby, so you never truly know. What are you going to predict for this one? I don't really know.
I think I'm predicting Nongshim Esports Academy 3-1.
I think I'm going to go DK.
The jungle gap is, I think, large. Like, Sounda might have some trouble, but kind of feel like Calmy's looking pretty good. Looking pretty solid. Drafting has been very good.
He is. I think their macro play, their drafting, their coaching staff seem to be doing a good job. And if there's any team that can win on red side, it seems to be Nongshim. Although, you know, we did have a nice reverse sweep from DK as well against a arguably stronger team. Although DRX against Someone Life Esports, I'm not sure. We will find out about that, though, on Friday.
D+ also registered viable for playoffs and then didn't use him, so they have to play with thumbs. So that does factor into my decision. And, yeah, I'm feeling like it could go either way.
You're giving him the thumbs down?
I mean, I'm not saying he's had some good games, to be honest, but I feel like HH on his best is better.
Yeah, well, on that note, guys, we have to please closing comments. So from here on out, we will stop comment, and we'll see you guys on Thursday and Friday for more challengers. See you then.